Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Renowned Kenyan author and academic Ngugi Thiong'o has died aged 87 after a long battle with health complications, his family has announced. Ngugi, who faced kidney issues and limited mobility in recent years, died yesterday morning. In a social media post, his daughter Wanjiku Ngugi said he'd lived a full life and fought a good fight. The family said Ngugi's final wish was that his life be celebrated rather than mourned. Born James Ngugi in 1938, he was a towering figure in African literature, widely considered East Africa's leading novelist. 75% of Kenyans say their economic situation has worsened since the 2022 general election, despite Kenya Kwanza's claims that the economy has improved since President William Ruto came to power. According to the poll released by Tifa, only 10% of Kenyans believe their economic situation has improved, while 13% insist that it has remained the same over the past 2.5 years. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has been using his economic empowerment campaigns to highlight President Ruto's achievements, insisting that he's stabilized the economy that had been severely disrupted by the coronavirus pandemic. Yesterday, President Ruto used the National Prayer Breakfast to stress that Kenya will not default on its foreign obligations, saying the economy has improved under his leadership.
I want to thank the people of this great nation, Kenyans, who wake up early, sleep late, work in our farms, work in our factories, work in offices. Many people who commit their talents, their energy, their expertise to get Kenya moving. Because of them, our economy today is different from what it was a few years ago.
Tifa's poll also shows that 54% of Kenyans do not support the broad-based government. Only 22% express support, while another 22% declined to give their opinion. President William Ruto is in Nyanza for a 4-day development tour ahead of Madaraka Day celebrations scheduled to take place in Homa Bay on Sunday. Ruto flew to Nyanza on Wednesday with a fresh bag of goodies as he steps up efforts to pacify the region and entrench his support in ODM leader Raila Odinga's backyard. The president is expected to launch and inspect development projects, having lined up initiatives in housing, infrastructure and the blue economy for the region. Kasese MP Julius Ruto moved a motion in Parliament on Wednesday over Moi University's decision to lay off 900 staff, saying due process was not followed. The MP asked the National Assembly Education Committee to investigate the university management, alleging that the list of those laid off includes retired and deceased employees.
On 13 May 2025, the institution proceeded to issue termination letters without exhausting consultative process with the staff. The redundancy has rendered many jobless, thereby affecting their source of livelihood and those of their dependents. In addition, the list of the positions declared redundant allegedly include names of those who had since left the service through retirement, those deceased, or those whose employment had already been terminated. The process raises questions on whether the payroll of the institution had been audited.
Education Committee Chairman Julius Melly promised to submit a report on the matter within 2 weeks. President William Ruto has called on militaries in Africa to forge closer cooperation and partnerships to deal with security risks facing the continent. The president stated that stronger ties between African defense institutions would support peace operations and better prepare the continent for the emerging threats of the 21st century. Delivering the keynote speech at the 2025 African Chiefs of Defense Conference in Nairobi on Wednesday, President Ruto said when one country or region falters, the impact ripples across borders, affecting livelihoods, economies and the promise of development. Also present was Defense CS Soipan Tuya, who called for collaborative efforts to enhance regional security.
We convene here today. We do it at the backdrop of a global security environment which is undergoing profound shifts. Strategic competition, evolving technologies, climate-induced fragility, and transnational threats are really redrawing the boundaries of national and regional security. These dynamics demand that we recalibrate our defense postures, not just for defense and response, but also for foresight, resilience, and constructive engagement.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dun, dun. Very good. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Salama.
It's 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. It's the 29th of May, and here we are. It's Thursday, the first Friday of the week.
Yes.
Hey, Mark, every day I confuse you. I do something that just throws
Friday
you
of the
off.
week.
There are 2 Fridays.
You don't worry.
Friday of the week. You don't worry. Just flow.
You know, ever since I stopped drinking, not because I was nice, but because it does not affect me anymore after surgery, I have no need for an extra Friday.
Okay.
True story, by the way. You guys, pints nowadays don't work, but
okay.
Maybe fufu and what soup?
Egusi
soup. Maybe that might change me.
Okay. Fufu and egusi soup. Okay.
We're still in Ghana, no?
I don't know who keeps putting this chair here, but now I can just say it. Mark, please push that chair back to the corner.
Okay.
Because it is not necessary for it to be there. Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. You shall be the what? Messenger?
No, janitor.
Oh, the janitor. Okay.
The guy pushes furniture around and makes sure everything is clean. Yes, it's a very important job.
Very important job.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry. Was everywhere yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
But what was happening?
We were apologetic. We said...
Who are we, by the way, other than the big man with a 7 in his name?
No, Museveni and
Janet
Museveni, their apology was not yesterday.
Yeah,
the apology, I believe, was on Tuesday. They gave an apology to the people of Uganda for the things that may have been committed to them in the name of atrocities and all of this over the years. Over the last 40 years, I believe, is actually the number that they used. And they came out and they were apologetic to the people of Uganda. I don't know what happened, that there's some water somebody's drinking somewhere, but they started drinking it and they apologized to people. It is my hope and prayer, and I want to inherently believe that it was genuine. Okay? And then we had the national prayer breakfast yesterday. Yeah. The very resounding prayer by one Dagoretti North MP, Beatrice Elachi, where she essentially confessed things on behalf of the government through her prayer and leaders through her prayer, and asked God to forgive and show people the way to go.
Yes.
Yeah. Then we had the speaker of the day during the prayer breakfast who basically chided leadership in the country and said, you know what? apologize to them and tell them that, we actually are together in this thing. Now, what we don't know is if the apology that came from the president came as a result of the speaker's address, or if that was his intention from the very beginning to apologize. But he apologized, and he said, if Uganda and Tanzania, we have offended you, we are sorry. The people of Kenya, if we have offended you, we are what?
We are sorry.
We are sorry.
There's an apology that I don't usually take. And I teach my kids this.
That comes with if.
And then invalidate my feelings by saying maybe.
Or if.
Yes.
Or if.
It does not feel good. It doesn't. Exactly. Doesn't. In fact, my wife knows if she says, if I've offended you, I'm sorry. My brain deletes that I'm sorry. Because it's not real. You get? Because you only apologize, Ndu, when I tell you, I am sorry, I hit you with my Stanley Cup. Not I'm sorry if you are hurt.
If you are hurt.
Yeah, I hear you. We'll have an opportunity to talk about this today.
One more thing on Uganda, right? First, the fact that he did it with his wife was shocking in and of itself. Then number two, the fact that there was no prayer meeting, no nothing.
And it wasn't required. There was just an address, essentially.
Yes. And let me tell you, I think, whether we like it or not, and this is the power of being a leader, whichever option you take, right, as a leader, and you decide to apologize, you've set a tone.
Indeed.
Because today, we expect President Ruto to follow his apology.
Exactly.
Indeed.
It is always after the apology that matters. What follows after that is what matters.
Because an apology after that is just a word. The implement, rather, I want to say implementation, thinking in governance circles, but it's just a word.
Of the pudding
it's the action that follows that makes it valid, indeed.
And by the way, Mr. President, congrats. Thanks for apologizing. Now, live out that apology.
Indeed. We'll have this conversation together at 8 o'clock and we'll talk about some of these things, that intentionally what it means. Could it be a pivotal moment? Could it be a turning point? Or are we just, glossing and enjoying or basking in the reverie of the moment where we didn't expect those words to come, but they actually did? So that forms a conversation for 8 o'clock. Everybody, good morning. At 17 minutes after 6 o'clock, welcome. Wait, we've established that you're fine. Send your mark.
I'm in Kopoa, Nikobie.
And you, are you okay, Dennis? Yuko salama. Getting into Thursday proper. Thank you so much. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And yet again, we have conversations that are important for us when we look at discourse and conversations around the nation, things that we should keep together in Kenya and indeed around the world. How's about I let you know what we will be talking about today as we get into it proper. It is Thursday, so our Justice Thursday conversation will hold at it will hold at 9 a.m. No, it won't. Okay, I'm confused. Lydia, what have you told us here? Dr. Charles Mukwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union. So that is not a Justice Thursday conversation, but we'll be looking at universities in distress. Too broken to save. Our Justice Thursday conversation doesn't hold, but at 8 o'clock, we will be having a conversation around the events in the region and in the country, especially as it has to do with apologies and what Kenyans do feel that came from the chief executive, essentially letting you know that, give us a new page upon which we can write. Kiprotich Arap Cherargei is the senator for Nandi County. After the prayer, does it turn to policy? Reflections from the National Prayer Breakfast. So these are the two conversations that we'll be having today, rather the three conversations that we'll be having today. The university situation is a big one. Unfortunately, public universities are bearing the brunt of years of mismanagement, broken systems, and we're really not quite sure what is happening. So we'll delve into that conversation. 7 o'clock with the good senator, 8 o'clock around when your top boss says we are getting into a place where we can turn the page. And finally, what's happening with our universities. At 19 minutes after 6 o'clock, everybody, good morning. We can see you getting into the room today. The live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. We'll say a good morning to you as you open the door. Just come in, guys, and say hello. Tell us where you're tuning in from and what you're looking forward to, of course. We are still in the land of... In fact, you know one thing I do like about Ghanaian cuisine? The way they do their plantain.
Mm-hmm.
Oga?
Mm-hmm. Slaps different.
Plantain. Kelewele is a plantain that they do with pepper. Anyway, so we're getting into our proverbs.
They don't do with pepper.
Yeah, there's some foods that Ghanaians don't splash with pepper like the people in the southwest of Nigeria do. But yeah,
let me tell you, I traveled the length and breadth of Ghana. I ate chips and chicken so often I got tired of it because it was the only food when you went to a restaurant that asked you, yes, no pepper. That was the only food you were guaranteed to have that does not have pepper.
Pepper has flavor now to ginger your stomach properly. Ngwa.
Let me tell you, my stomach is ginger enough.
Okay. Tell us today's proverb, I beg.
You know, I think the proverb today is exciting for me.
Mm-hmm.
The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people.
The who of a what?
Wow.
The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. I saw that yesterday and I was excited as though I've gotten a new girlfriend. Why? Because it is deep. It is very deep. It says that the nation is not ruined at State House.
Nope.
It is ruined in my house.
Yep. Where did you come from?
Yeah, and that's true. And I once wrote an article for the Standard, actually. I think in 2021 it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I said the problem with Kenya is we are a sack of rotten potatoes. No matter who you vote for, as a rotten potato, the person you vote for will be a rotten potato.
So you're a reflection. Our leaders reflect.
Unless you make vodka.
Yes. Well, true.
Yeah.
And one of the things that at the time, and this resonates so well with me, is the fact that professors, doctors, masters holders, degree holders, students who just left from 4, who are the most exposed group of people in Kenya, aka Nairobians, actually stood in line for a long time and made Sonko governor.
Yeah.
Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
But that they did it.
Yes.
They did it.
Okay. Sawa. Wacha tusalimie watu leo asubuhi because we can see everybody's getting into the room today as we get into things proper. Very good for us to start by saying very big hello to you. I'm telling you, every day poses a different thing. Dun-dun-dun-dun. All right, here we go. Good morning, everybody. Saying, wow, everybody is in the room today. Real quick. Yes, indeed. Don Sabwa starts it off with rest in peace, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and we'll be sharing some of the words that he penned. Unfortunately, he passed away yesterday. It was his last. His pen stroked the last is what the headline is, and we'll share that with you. Good morning, Ndu Aseto and Mark. Mbaga Joshua says, good morning from Dubai. Have a blessed day, and to you as well. Bonjour, l'équipe Spice. Où est le vieil homme? Well, City's still away. Don't worry, and he is okay. He'll be with us soon. King Dave Lubale says, good morning, great ones. Young Jedi says, good morning, Ndudeno and Mark. I hope you all are well. Another beautiful day for impactful conversations. I hear one Mr. Samuel Muchoki is now headed to Baringo. Salimia Edna na Babuetu. Let me tell you, you sing a song, and you refuse to retract. You will be taken and you will be assigned to the anti-stock theft unit, which has happened, essentially. So, just don't be singing songs about singular things.
Yeah. You should think about multiple things.
Absolutely.
Like marriages, breakups, things that have two people. You cannot talk about
just one.
Once I had a girlfriend.
Daughters of Africa says, good morning, good people. You are blessed. You are too. Desmond Otis says, good morning, guys. Don't forget that Chelsea has won Europa Conference League and also qualified for UEFA. Say amen. Sawa basi. Rest in peace, Wood Thiong'o. Indeed. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Rest in peace, Professor, says Young Jedi. Yes. Mwangi Juma says, good morning, Spice FM. Hope you're okay. We are well. Joe Mungai says, please accept my deepest condolences from Bonnie Lake, Washington, on the passing of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. May his remarkable body of work continue to inspire future generations. And I say yes, absolutely. A brilliant scribe, unfortunately passed, but his writings and his work actually remained etched in the memory of this country and the world forever. Jimmy Munuthi says, good morning. A big thank you for making my mornings. I appreciate all you do. Thank you so much. My prince, you say good morning first. President Ruto's apology should be taken as a joke. He didn't mean it. He was forced. It became useless after the words like, if there were any missteps. I hear you, man. Hence, I guess that's why you were ready to just go off the blocks, my prince. Good morning to you. Dr. Venvik, we see you. Good morning. Georgia Adimo says, good morning from Doria Sembo. Hisa Daniel is tuned in. Rest easy, Professor Hadi to Takapo Kutana Tena. Eric Owar says, good morning, guys. Dr. Peter says, knowledge is a garden. If it isn't cultivated, you can't harvest it. Good morning from Seattle. You are right. Rahim Tula Omar says, rest in peace, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. You are a hero. Beatrice Omanwa says, good morning. Leo says, hello, Princess Ndu, Aseto, and Mark. The apology by M7 and Janet is more genuine. Where the change will follow the apology than that of Ruto and Co. A genuine apology doesn't have sorry basi. Ikuwa nimekukosea. My prince, there's your good morning, my prince. I was wondering what happened to you, but fantastic to have you here. Sarah Kilonzo says, Hamjambo, Team Spice, na Wakenya wote kwa jumla. What's jumla? I like that word. What does it mean?
Jumla, kwa jumla, totality.
And jinsi?
Jinsi. Jinsi is what? Look at Barasa is laughing. How do I use jinsi? How do I explain?
Jinsi ambavyo. What does it mean?
Jinsi, the way
it was, yes.
Oh, okay. It's jinsi. Like the things of the time. Yeah. All right. Sawa. Simon Diatsi says, good morning. Happy to join you, Jana. Baba yenyu aliwaomba msamaha lakini akutumia. If I have wronged, an apology. You have to own your mistakes. This is true. Ann Gore says, Chamke, my beautiful people, greeting you from the beautiful city of Nairobi. Now, Apenda Sana. Zach OK says, hello, Team Spice. Greeting you and condolences to author Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o and his family. Benedito says, good morning. Princess Ndu, good morning to you, Dennis and Mark. The police want to take advantage of the Koimburi situation to make us forget the abduction. That's part of the conversation that we will also have at 8 o'clock because there are certain things to understand. The DCI and so the police came out guns blazing yesterday. Douglas Kanja, the IG of police, said this was him. We've already arrested someone. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Good morning, Team Spice. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, rest in peace. Caroline Githinje says, good morning from Japan. Well, good morning to you too. Mr. Ganira, good morning, Team Spice. We tend to focus on the wrong things. An apology has taken center stage this morning while we have draconian bills being passed in the middle of the night. God bless. Which ones are those? Do tell us these bills that were passed at nighttime. Greetings from Busan in South Korea. Agola says, hi, please, sister. How are you, please, this morning? Patrick Mutinda is greeting us. Good morning from Wiki is Martin Wangewa. Kesh Dani says, good morning. The apology was so blunt without empathy. You felt it. Good morning from Twapper in Kilifi. A good intro to kickstart the day. A reminder to every Kenyan heading to the ballot. Don't forget to address the crisis in the education sector. We do that all the time. Agola says an apology can't have if in it. It means not accepting responsibility. Baga also says, an apology without a change in behavior is nothing more than manipulation. An apology should be as loud as your disrespect. Wow. That's interesting.
Wait. You know, we said we need to start writing down our new proverbs. That's a new one.
Write it.
Repeat it.
An apology should be as loud as your disrespect.
Yes, thank you.
Sawa. It's really, it's Mbaga Joshua who said that this morning. Rachel Wambari, we see you. Agola says, correct. Indeed. Kabave says, good morning, Team Spice. Condolences to our legend and Kenya at large, watching from Mombasa. Good morning, Team Spice. Willie Kitala says, I believe apologies comes with your right hand on the holy book, then you will know you're genuine. Oh, yes, our Dun K says, good morning, all. Dr. Fico says, good morning, Team Spice. You can't apologize for robbing and collapsing systems in your country, education, health, justice. How do you apologize for that? Well, one way is to fix it. Joseph Gemma says, proceeding the word if to an apology makes the whole thing a drama. Hey, this apology, I can see. People didn't like it at all.
I'm sorry if I ate your sausage for breakfast. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you for finishing that sentence.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'll do jokes.
Carol Nyabura natupenda sana. GGJJ. Good morning to Mark Dennis. Anytime we use I offend you, not coming up with the wrongdoing. I know. Good morning, Team Spice says Tibbs Muge. Wait. You guys all in the room this morning. We see you, Sir Brian Mutego. Mutuflani, good morning. Repentance before apologies, please. You said it loud and clear. Charles Kangeve says, good morning, Team Spice. It's always spicy to listen to Spice FM every morning, and apologies more of actions than words. I've had to learn the very hard way. I used to think that you could just say, I'm sorry, but that's not it. Repeated, you have to change. If not, the apology is like a slap in somebody's face. I mean, and that's just from a personal level.
Worsens the situation.
Yeah, when you just say you're sorry and you continue the same actions, it's like you're manipulating somebody. And I've had to learn that in a very painful way, that the people that I apologize to and I repeat the behavior, I'm just putting them deeper and deeper into a situation.
Deeper into pain. And you know, let me tell you for free and for true. You know how when you're beaten, you can go talk about assault? When you're emotionally abused, which police do you call?
You don't. Which emotional police are there? Chris Maora, we see you. Good morning. Nation says, good morning, my peeps. Tuned in from Ol Kalou. Peter Wanjala says, good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in from Tudor. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Peter Wanjala. Should I sing?
As usual.
I should sing. I should sing for you. Let's sing for Peter, shall we? Happy birthday, Peter. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Peter. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you.
Yeah, we couldn't sing too loudly because he doesn't want male voices.
Says who? You didn't ask me to sing. I'm the one who just said I'll sing.
He's called Peter.
Oh, please. My take, for once in the morning, just say good morning instead of starting with this vita. Just say good morning, people, and then now you can continue. My take, I'm calling you this morning. Just say hi for one day. Let's try it tomorrow, shall we? It's the end of the week. Start the day, my take, and say good morning, everybody, and then now we can get into it. Sawa sawa. Pumzi Africa says good morning. Kenneth Jumba says good morning. Omwanga Vincent says good morning. Lamek Otieno says let's move on. Our leaders are jokers. Olive Shege says good morning. Maybe we need a written confession before we forgive. Isaac says good morning, Team Spice. Ndu's doing well on Kiswahili. Thank you so much. Tuned in from Mogadishu. Good morning from the state of Alaska. And if I missed out on it this morning, everybody, good morning. Thank you always for being here. And as we get into things this morning, we're glad that you always make it, a point to get into the room and let's have these conversations together. It's not us in here talking to anyone. It's us in here and everybody joining us for us to talk and, have these conversations with each other. And this is the Situation Room. We're going to look into the headlines. We'll just look into the headlines and then we'll come and look into the meat of these stories, shall we? Lydia Lady Lovely, did the other papers come by any chance? Not yet. We'll do it at the break. All right, let's take a break and then we'll come back and look at the headlines, shall we? Sawa. I've changed it a little bit. I said we'll look at the headlines and then come back.
But we can just the people who deliver the other papers.
We'll chide them later. Sawa, don't worry. It's 27 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation. Back after this break to look into the headlines of the stories.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Miss May, the stage is set. The mic is on and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 7 o'clock, we're looking into the details of the stories. My take, I will not let you go on this one. All we are saying is just say hi. All these political things you're talking about, it doesn't start the conversation in the morning. You seem to be very angry. Maybe we should talk about it. But let's carry on either way. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the headline, Ruto red-carded. As economic pain deepens and faith in leadership falters, Kenya is staring at a crisis of confidence. And just as its government, let me just do that again. Ruto red-carded is what's on the front page. As economic pain deepens and faith in leadership falters, Kenya is staring at a crisis of confidence, not just in its government, but in its very future. A nationwide survey by Tifa, conducted from May 2nd and 6th, reveals widespread disillusionment. From the soaring cost of living to entrenched corruption and what many term failed leadership, Kenyans say life has grown markedly worse since 2022. Also looking at other headlines this morning. Weep Not Child. The iconic Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o dies in the US. And I'm just going to read a quote from one of the many, many things that he wrote. And he said, "Our lives are a battlefield on which is fought a continuous war between the forces that are pledged to confirm our humanity and those determined to dismantle it, those who strive to build a protective wall around it and those who wish to pull it down, those who seek to mold it and those committed to breaking it up, those who aim to open our eyes to make us see the light and to look to tomorrow, and those who wish to lull us into closing our eyes." And he's closed his eyes and rested. Rest in peace, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. We'll look into a little bit more of that story as we move ahead. The IEBC is looking for 57 billion shillings for the next election. We can even have an IEBC in place first. But let's see what the courts are going to say before they start telling us about 57 billion. Either way, we know that somebody's got to get in place to then be able to turn this election into something. Looking at a few more headlines as we get into the stories. Motorist loses ambulance crash case in order to pay 778,000 shillings. Ruto lands in Nyanza today with a fresh bag of goodies in his 5th tour. He's back to Nyanza. Wow, this place is nice. Supremacy wars force the president to skip Migori. Shouldn't he?
You know, that there are no shoes by the seashore near Migori.
Yeah, Migori. Sorry if we wronged you, Ruto tells Gen Z amid calls to reconcile. Muranga rolls out 20 billion shilling strategy to boost agribusiness growth and jobs. And the World Bank flags missing jobs and poverty. Says, where is the wealth? Where are the jobs? The World Bank is saying, some of these things give us so that we can maybe give you some more. Literary giant Ngugi wa Thiong'o's incisive pen takes the final salute. And these are some of the headlines that we're looking into this morning. Samido, from Mugithi to fighting bandits. Yeah, it's a story. Thousands of Kenyans in limbo as US stops visa interviews. They've stopped them temporarily. And what they've said is that social media is going to come into play here. That they're going to take into consideration what's happening in your social media when this comes towards your visa application. It's a big headline. We'll look into the details of the story. I know you're already frowning, you're furrowing your brow, but we'll look into the details.
I'm quite peeved, my dear. Yes, I find myself in a bit of quandary within my emotions.
You find yourself in some peevement.
Yes.
Fire is burning in my loins.
I wish it was crumpets and tea, but it's Donald Trump and...
See, I keep telling you people, whose country is it? It's not his country. Let him do what this country as he likes,
bro.
Oh yeah, let's look into some of these stories. Who's starting?
All right. The president has been sued afresh over what advisory appointments? President William Ruto has been sued afresh over the appointments of advisors. Human rights organizations Katiba Institute, in its case filed before High Court Judge Lawrence Mugambi, argued that the president has no role in directly hiring people to work in his office or government. Katiba's lawyer Joshua Malidzo said the president had embarked on an unconstitutional path. When a president embarks on a potholed constitutional journey meant to undermine the constitution, he needs to be stopped in his tracks before any further damage to the constitution, argued Malidzo. He said the president did not seek the consent or concurrence from the Public Service Commission and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission before appointing the advisors. The president has no powers to employ and hire. It has to go through the bodies that have been told.
It's not even his job.
It is not his job.
It's not his job.
He does have power to employ. He does have an allocated number of advisors that he is legally allowed to have. He's got a certain number of staff and cadre of staff that he needs to employ. Interestingly enough, though I sound like I'm defending them, let me undo my defense. There is no position established within the structure of the presidency called PA to the president.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Because then again, even when you talk about it,
there is no job in State House called personal assistant to the president.
I'm not surprised.
There's only private secretary.
Yeah.
But yet the most powerful person
is the PM, is the president's PA.
Alama's duku.
Yeah, because you see, the question now is with the appointments being made by the president, remember those are appointments assumed to be public officers, right? Now here comes the question of is SRC involved? A remuneration commission, where do these positions fit in the entire structure?
So that would be the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission would be the one to tell us how these people are hired and whatever. SRC will be ones to tell us how much they are being paid. So is the Public Service Commission then aware that these advisors take on a position under the presidency and that he can hire at will?
At will, yes.
So this would be the PSC then coming in to say, yes, we are aware, and these positions are actually created under the office of the presidency.
And they justify the position.
Absolutely. Yes. And their payment then to be justified by SRC because they're the ones who set it, essentially. Okay. Look at another story. We know the president is going to Nyanza. Okay, fun stuff.
He's going to be there until Sunday.
There are two stories that for me are...
Oh, you've come? Okay.
Yes, I have come. Yes, as you've mostly asked me to. So, Ruto red carded.
Kosher?
It is, but
continue.
So, Ruto red carded, right? It may seem like a boring headline, but 75% of Kenyans feel the country is headed in the wrong direction. 75%. 75% of the country feels the country is... Now, let's assume that this is done by Tifa polls, right? So let's assume Tifa, as you usually say, is very wrong in polls and give them a plus or minus 5% on this. So it means the mean is 70%.
If you get a 75 in an exam, what is that? It's a B.
Depends.
It's a B. It's a B.
Yeah.
That's enough for you to pass. Okay.
You get, so with 70%, he has passed by being declared by the Kenyan people that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Now, I don't know whether you remember the conversation we had with a certain economist called XN Iraqi. And he talked about the confidence of the public in order for business to happen, right? So this headline, for me, has nothing to do with the president per se. It has to do with the fact that if 75% to 65% on the lower end feel that the country is headed in the wrong direction, my brother, what business are they doing?
Exactly.
What investment are they doing for the next 5 years? You understand?
What message does that send to would-be investors?
Yes. You know, like if you hear 75% of your country is convinced things are going wrong, my friend, I think the only people who can actually do business is farmers, because they're assured people will eat. But if you are in the service industry, you know, you do marketing like some of us, you do PR like some of us, there's a 75% chance that you will not get any business.
Yeah.
This needs to be addressed. It's an economic issue. It's not just about the president and his thing. It needs to be addressed, because if 75% of Kenyans don't feel things are going the right direction, they will not bank.
And you must understand that also that there are some businesses and there's some top tier investors who bank on these polls for the information that they need as to where they are going to put their money in the next year, in the next 10 years, in the next 5 years. So if you look at a poll like that, that almost immediately knocks you off the list in terms of a destination for investment. So sometimes we look at these numbers and we say, wow, it is a big deal that if there is no internal insular confidence by your people in your governance structures, and you're saying that one of the ways in which Kenya will grow is to invite external investment, then there is something off.
Story. External investment. I had a conversation with a gentleman from Australia. So this man had come in to set up a manufacturing company in this country, all right? And when he tried to set up his business, he was robbed off through corruption about $20,000. That is 2 million shillings. Being told, I go to this to this hotel, you'll meet someone who will sort you out. So this person did not know he was participating in corruption until that time he asked for a receipt. That's the point he was told.
What was he paying for?
That's the point where he realized he was actually being corrupt in this republic. He packed up his belongings and left the following day, yet he had brought in a manufacturing company with the possibility of hiring around 3,000 Kenyans.
No, let me tell you, I wish that was news to me. I've seen companies that were going to employ 50,000 and never saw the light of day because the bureaucracy was so strong. Now, it's been a while since we did Dear Mr. President. Can I say Dear Mr. President?
Yeah. In 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes.
In fact, I just need one. Dear Mr. President, here are the things that I personally think you need to change, right? Because what I'm about to read are issues not of reality but of perception. And usually perception is forgotten, but perception is important. So the first perception that you must change is the perception that 45% of Kenyans think the cost of living is too expensive. Please change that. The easiest one to change is the 11% of us who feel, given the 5 questions we're given, that 11% of us feel that our leadership has failed or is poor. Please change that. You can. 10% are saying unemployment is an issue. You can change that. 8%, for the first time, I think in forever, think human rights in this country is an issue. You can change that. Then imagine the demon of them all, the 8% of corruption. You can also sort that out. Mr. President, I usually don't accept apologies with ifs, but I'll accept your apology with the if you just fix these 5 things. Asante, Dr. President William Ruto.
Yep, that's it. That's what we look at. So the president also is, as he's listening to that, already in Nyanza. I believe he's there already. He left yesterday. He's going to skip Migori because, shouldn't he? Just don't worry. I think some of the things that we should actually look at, thousands of Kenyan students in limbo everything that we should look at, but thousands of Kenyan students in limbo as US stops visa interviews. And this is why. Thousands of Kenyan students seeking to join American universities have suffered a major blow after the Trump administration halted new visa interviews for international students. The decision comes barely a week after the US revoked Harvard University's authority to enroll non-American learners through the Student Exchange Visitor Program. However, the decision was halted by a U.S. federal court. In the latest order, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio directed its embassies abroad to stop scheduling new interview appointments for students and exchange visitors. The halt, effective immediately, was aimed at expanding social media vetting for visa applications under the E, M, and J categories. According to a memo quoted by Reuters, the U.S. Department of State is conducting a review of existing operations and processes for screening and vetting of students and exchange visitor visa applications, and based on that, it plans to implement new guidelines requiring broader social media checks. What have you been doing on social media? Who've been talking to? What have you been saying? Kind of thing. And then that will be included in your interview. Consulate sections should not add any additional students to or exchange visitor visa appointments capacity, the memo reads. Data from the Open Doors report on international education exchange, the number of Kenyan students studying in the United metric set up. We're not taking any new ones. So if you're supposed to go back, if you're starting school in the fall, sorry for now.
The converse is China has just opened its doors to international students, tells them, the doors have been closed in the United States. Come to China, we'll give you opportunity and full scholarship to come study here.
If you generally want to succeed in life as a country or as a person, I'll give you free advice. Whatever Donald Trump does, do the opposite. That's what China has figured it out.
Yeah.
Because do you know what they'll be vetting? Whether you support Palestine, whether you've got negative issues to say about the Republican Party, aka Trump.
Yes.
They will be checking to see whether you are a hater of the United States. Because sometimes you go to America, not because you like it, you go because, kuna meeting Washington, lazima uende, right?
Yeah.
So, for them, they want to make sure when you go there, you are America first.
Yes, now.
Yeah.
You are making America great again. That's all they want to see. Yeah, and this is, by the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yeah.
Scared of little Kenyan children going there with ideas.
Yeah.
Alafu you are dissing Tanzania. What is the difference? No, seriously, what is the difference?
Yeah, no difference.
You get, because they're essentially kicking you out for what we would call activism.
Yeah.
Because if you've ever said free Palestine on your Facebook or any other American-owned channel, please, my friend, Kimbio delete sai.
Our thighs.
Yes, and then you start saying that Trump has got the best asset to kiss.
Yes.
Which asset that is? I leave it to you.
Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Give us another story, please.
So,
but that's what is needed. That's it. but I'm serious. I'm not kidding.
I get it.
Yeah. So there seems as though there is a problem with the dissent. And I want us to talk about Samido. From Ngugi to doing what again? To fighting bandits. Now, the rhythm Mugithi may soon miss one of its most beloved voices. That is Samuel Muchoki, famous as Samido, a celebrated Mugithi artist and police officer, has been thrust from the pulsating nightlife of Kenya's entertainment scene to the isolated terrains of Baringo County. This is in a move viewed by many as a disciplinary slap by the National Police Service, until recently stationed at the Anti-Stock Theft Unit headquarters in Gilgil, Nakuru County. Samido's reassignment followed a viral incident that has shaken the entertainment and political spheres. The video clip, which circulated like wildfire across social media platforms, showed a raucous crowd chanting one term, a deliberate distortion of one term, a catchphrase increasingly adopted by critics of President William Ruto as a political jab ahead of the 2027 elections. Samido, ever the showman, is seen continuing his performance amid the chants, leading to speculation that he may have been indirectly implying a controversial political message. Barely days after the clip made rounds online, the National Police Service issued transfer orders that would see the singer redeployed from Gilgil to Baringo, a volatile region often associated with insecurity and harsh working conditions.
Let me ask you, this one that they're saying his singing career has been cut short, how? He can still sing if he's going to sing. It doesn't mean that if you go to...
Have you ever gotten a Samburu celebrity singer?
It doesn't mean he becomes because he's in that area. When he was in Gilgil, when he was performing, he was in Gilgil, was he not performing in Nairobi?
Can I give you sense? You see, you must understand the logic of the people making the decisions. Me, I'm giving you the logic of the people making the decisions.
Okay, you're being like them.
Yes.
So let me not get irritated.
Yeah, so in Baringo, you can't sing.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah,
you can only sing in Nairobi.
They've just made it difficult for him to do his craft. You know,
I'm telling you, he will still...
Because you're being sent down there, unaambiwa kaa kwa hii desk, ukitoka lazima uongee na mdosi does not allow you to...
Let me tell you, most people were even surprised that Samido was a cop in the first place.
Yeah.
Because he used to sing more than he would cop.
Yes.
So, you think that now moving him to where? Garissa is going to stop him from crooning. Baringo. You think it's going to stop him from crooning? In fact, it is the crooning that stopped him from doing his job.
Yeah. And he's going, let me tell you, his stock has just gone higher.
Proper.
You get, because now people are like Samido. You get, like, because you remember his songs, you remember what he's done. And then I've been trying to look at the only picture of him in police uniform, and I cannot see a star, a stone, anything.
But from what I understand, from people
rank?
who listen to his music, the guy does a pretty good job.
He does, actually.
No, singing.
Yeah.
No, honestly,
He does.
I don't understand Kikuyu to save my life. But I told you guys yesterday, that song he sang for...
Nini, just say Nini.
Yeah.
No, it's called what?
That one.
Toxic Love. Which I told him, now after this, he should dedicate to the politicians on both sides, because this is toxic love they're giving us, because they're just abusing us, honestly, every day. But here's the thing. So I'm looking at his uniform in the latest picture of his, dated 19th December 2024. I'm looking at his uniform, and I cannot see a rank. So if he's up, it's Kenya, you have corporals, not privates, right? If he's a corporal, my friend, take leave, sabbatical. Yeah, just take a sabbatical leave, sing. In fact, you don't need to sing many songs, just sing Toxic Love, and I'll be at all your concerts.
He's going to be at Ngugi on tomorrow.
Yes.
So you guys...
Nakuru.
Wherever.
There's something that is happening in Nakuru.
Yeah, but that's the point.
But you see, pretty much what has happened is they think they're punishing him. What they've done is just they've given him more mileage. Because then again, remember, he's getting favor from Kenyans.
Yes.
It is Kenyans who have funded his music. It is Kenyan who listen to his music.
Yes.
And it is the very same Kenyans who were singing one time.
Yes.
There's nothing much they've done.
And the thing
they've just given him more mileage.
And the thing is, they forget one thing, and this is so critical. And I don't know the people making these decisions. Please call us, Situation Room. We will help you for free, no invoice. Because moving him anywhere, right? And you consider how much his cowboy boots were in that song. That's a policeman's entire salary. You get, that guy is paying himself more than a commissioner, I'm sure. He does not collect less than 3-4 million. This guy is paid more than the president, bwana. So when a police yakos jui.
But that also speaks a lot in terms of the country and supporting the entertainment industry. I mean, it is in such people and how you treat them that you see how really you value the entertainment sector. You know what I mean? Because for Samido, someone who's in the police forces, you know, like the Maroon Commandos, those are military men.
Yes.
And you see the support they get and how good they are at their craft.
Yes.
I mean, Samido is just one of them, but you mistreating them because he was in a group where Kenya were dissenting against leadership, not helping the situation.
And the worst part is you're missing on a big opportunity of freely communicating the police and then showing the police that guess what, Samido is the police.
Yeah.
It softens the stance. You think of the police as a nice guy with a guitar,
yeah.
who only gets confused when there are two women around him, but otherwise he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant branding opportunity, but it's not lost. The people of is it Samburu or Baringo?
Baringo.
People of Baringo,
Is their gain.
Embrace
Samido.
Yeah. Gilgis loss is Baringo's gain. The Kano Classic is happening, guys, and I think that's actually something that we need to continue talking about when it comes to the world's athletes that will grace the Kenyan stage. The latest is US hurdler Bianca. She won the bronze last year and she's keen to upgrade gold on Saturday. The Kano Classic takes place this weekend, and she's a 400-meter hurdler rather, and she will join other athletes in the Classic this coming weekend. Come out and I think Kenya should actually come out and watch it.
Yeah.
As much as you can. Support local, regional and international talents. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected to hold a meeting with local leaders at Sony Sugar Grounds in Migori County this morning as he begins his 4-day working tour in the Nyanza region. They are expected to discuss development priorities and how to foster collaboration between the national and county governments. Ruto will head to Ndu Okoh constituency in Homa Bay County late in the afternoon, where he is expected to launch a last-mile electricity project valued at 2 billion shillings. He will also lay a foundation stone for a new technical training institute as part of efforts to increase access to higher education in remote areas in the county. The president, who will preside over Sunday's Madaraka Day celebrations in Homa Bay, will spend the night at the Homa Bay State Lodge. The latest poll by Tifa shows that 46% of Kenyans believe ODM leader Raila Odinga will not support President William Ruto in the 2027 general election. The poll also shows that 54% of Kenyans do not support the broad-based government. The poll further shows that 75% of Kenyans say their economic situation has worsened since the 2022 general election, despite Kenya Kwanza claims that the economy has improved since President William Ruto came to power. According to the poll, only 10% of Kenyans believe their economic situation has improved, while 13% insist that it has remained the same over the past 2.5 years. Yesterday, President Ruto used the National Prayer Breakfast to stress that Kenya will not default on its foreign obligations, saying the economy has improved under his leadership.
I want to thank the people of this great nation, Kenyans, who wake up early, sleep late, work in our farms, work in our factories, work in offices. Many people who commit their talents, their energy, their expertise to get Kenya moving. Because of them, our economy today is different from what it was a few years ago.
The IEBC plans to spend 57.4 billion shillings in the 2027 general election. National Assembly Justice and Legal Affairs Committee Chairman Gitonga Murugara said the agency proposes to spend 5.12 billion shillings in various activities and 3.7 billion shillings for normal operations in preparation for the elections. In its proposed budgetary allocation of 9.6 billion shillings for 2025-2026, the Commission proposes to spend 788 million shillings on pending by-elections. Muragara said the electoral agency plans to register about 6.3 million new voters in addition to the 22.1 million in the current register ahead of the next general election. Medihill Group of Hospitals has submitted more than Medihill Group of Hospitals has submitted more than 360 patients and donors' files to DCI detectives as investigations into allegations of organ trafficking at the facility continue. The records dating back to 2018 were on Wednesday supplied by the hospital founder Swarup Mishra and his lawyers led by Senior Counsel Katwa Keegan.
We've just delivered our files, our SOPs, our patient records, about 382 of them, 382 files. They're in pairs, patients and donors, in compliance with orders that were issued by a magistrate court to allow us to deliver these records for the DCI to undertake investigations with respect to our procedures, our processes.
Thousands of Kenyan students seeking to join American universities have suffered a major blow after the Trump administration halted new visa interviews for international students. The decision comes barely a week after the U.S. revoked Harvard University's authority to enroll non-American learners through the Student and Exchange Visitor Program. However, the decision was halted by U.S. federal court. In the latest order, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio directed U.S. embassies abroad to stop scheduling new visa interview appointments for students and exchange visitors. The hold, effective immediately, was aimed at expanding social media vetting for academic and vocational students seeking visas. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
After 7 o'clock, a very good morning to you, and coming into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday, the 29th, rather this Thursday, the 29th of May. And as we get into more conversations that we're having this hour, always lovely to have you in the room. And remember that there's somebody who's always by your side, and that is I&M Bank. That's the promise. As you imagine having a trusted ally by your side always, the I&M Bank promises that they will empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. Whether it's a new business venture, your child's education, or securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you with flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance. We're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the I&M, the power of I&M on your side, and you can find out more from any I&M Bank branch close to you. I&M Bank for sure is on your side. This morning, we are in the presence of the Senator of Nandi County. Kiprotich Arab Cherargei is here with us again this morning, and it's definitely lovely to have you here. Senator, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
You're well?
Although the temperatures in Nairobi are dropping.
Yeah.
I'm told it's going back to 6 degrees.
Yeah, just maybe crisp in the
weeks or months.
It said it's going to be the coldest year in a while this year.
Yes.
You know, so brace up for that.
But where I come from is more colder. Even a place called Nyaru in Elgeyo Marakwet. It's always cold throughout the year.
Okay.
So this is just ice cake.
This is nothing.
Yeah.
This is nothing.
I ain't seen anything yet.
And that means, Cherargei, you've lived in Nairobi long for you to say the temperatures are going down.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, first of all, we'll take you to a place where the temperatures are not so cool, and Mark will tell you where that is, and then he'll also tell you where today's proverb is, what the proverb is.
Okay.
And then you can interpret that for us, yes?
Okay. Perfect.
So today's proverbs, Bona Senator, comes from a place called Ghana, aka the Gold Coast, a place where our first president and the president of Ghana were good friends even before he became president. They were good friends with Haile Selassie. There's, in fact, the hotel where they stayed in, there's a big mural of them and them having a discussion with Kwame Nkrumah, because Ghana got it first and Kwame was focused on giving independence. So anyway, that's a bit of history. Do not know why I said that much history, but the proverb is quite dear to you, sir. The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. Yeah.
I think that is why we say we the people. Everything stands with the people.
Yeah.
Even when you read, is it Thomas Aquinas, that the people surrendered their liberty and powers to be exercised on their behalf representatives. So it is the people who have inherent power over anything and everything. So if they allow the nation to be ruined, is because they are becoming complacent, and that is when the nation will go to the ruin. Yeah.
Okay.
So they must stand up and speak up.
So
there is a reggae song that says "Stand up, speak up." I don't know, was it Peter Tosh or somebody like that?
Stand up, yeah. Stand up for your rights.
Correct.
This is from the Honorable Senator himself, saying that you should vote wisely.
Correct.
Because this thing goes wrong at home.
Yes.
When you tell your child, when you tell your mom to vote the wrong way.
Correct.
Yes, I'm tempted to ask whether they voted the right way with you, but
of course, absolutely, I would not be serving my second term if
that was not the case.
If I was not the case.
Honestly, I love me a leader who can confidently say that they've done right by the people.
Yes,
that's a powerful statement to say.
Yes.
So even as we look at some the happenings of yesterday and coming into this new morning, Senator, that then forms the bedrock of the conversation that we'll have this morning.
Yes.
So yesterday was another day of another prayer breakfast, and it took a different kind of toll. And this was after the fact, whereby we heard very powerful prayers from, members of parliament like yourself, and then there was, a message. One like none other that has been heard at a prayer breakfast. And then thereafter, there was an apology, or an attempt at an apology by the president himself, in terms of just, I guess, trying to dissolve a lot of the tension that has marked the country for easily the last 1 year. Taking your reflections from what happened there and what could essentially happen coming into the near future, what's your take? The prayer breakfast is usually an event that wants to realign people, realign the nation, and that leaders come together to pray, ask, and get some kind of direction. Did it work?
With the indulgence, allow me first to pass my deepest condolences over the senseless killing of one of my priests, Father Lois Cheruiyot Bet, who was unfortunately fell by the bullets of criminals in Kerio Valley, and a number of people we have lost for the last 3 days. The sad reality is no one has been arrested up to today. When leaders met in Chesongoch over Sunday, they had promised that by yesterday, which is Wednesday, they would have surrendered or criminals would have been arrested. I think it is only fair to the family, and you saw the parents spoke yesterday that these criminals must be arrested, because now Kerio Valley is becoming a playground of criminals. And I remember when the CS visited the family to condole with them, he told the nation that Ministry of Interior knows where everybody is sleeping. So the question my people are asking, where are the bandits sleeping? because if they know, they would have arrested and prosecuted them. And condolences to the entire Eldoret diocese led by Bishop Dominic Kimengich. We shall not rest until they kill us. Any life lost in Kenya is too many, especially to the bullets and Kerio Valley. And we are thinking, Ndu, that in going into the future, we might need to have operation like SDLF that we did in Mount Yelgon, and even the one in Boni Forest in Lamu, so that we can restore peace in the Rift Valley. So it is very sad, but we hope we will rest him on Tuesday next week, and we hope justice will be done, and no Kenyan should lose their life, because he was only killed. He was carrying a staff and what do you call the things that they use in Jumuiya, the Misa, and he was not armed. So that is what I wanted to pass my comment. Secondly,
can I just ask a teeny little question?
Yes.
Can you assure Kenyans that the people who've been felled by gangsters and the people who've been felled by a police person, the person who's been felled by a forest person, you will defend them with such fervor?
Yes, I want to assure, even you have heard, it is on record of the Senate, that I have been even questioning the 6 people that were killed allegedly by the police in Angata, Baragoi over land issues, that they must be arrested, because it looks like when we buried them, they were forgotten, and there was a statement that we are following with the Committee of National Security and Foreign Relations. Even every Kenyan, including the young people that were killed in the last Gen Z protest, if it involves the police, I think the Independent Policing Oversight Authority must be held accountable. And I hope when the IG and IPOA appear before the Senate, we should be able to follow through. So I want to assure the nation that is not only Father Alois Cheruiyot Bet, what will pursue justice to each and every Kenyan. And I want to challenge Independent Police Oversight Authority. They have the mandate, they have the law. They should just implement and ensure any person. Because unfortunately, the bullets that are being used to kill our people, we bought it with taxpayers' money.
Indeed.
So it is very sad and tragic. But we must, as a country, I want to assure the nation, as a Senate, with their statements, even today, the statement on the killing of Father Alois Cheruiyot Bet is on the order paper of today, and a number of Kenyans, including young people who we have lost. So the owners, by the way, in this country, there are enough laws and resources to fight some of these human rights abuses.
Yes.
Yeah. So on the coming to the topic of the day, national practice, Ndu, it takes the courage of a leader to request for forgiveness. I expected Kenyans to leave it at that. I don't know why people are saying it should have. I don't know how you request for an apology. Ama kusema pole. I don't know what should happen. Yes, ndio unasema tu pole. I don't know whether the president should have knelt or should have done what. Because the fact says that if we have wronged you in any way, and he apologized to the GNC, he apologized to the Tanzanians, you have not trolling on the social media, he apologized to Ugandans and anybody else who have wronged. And I think that's the power of reconciliation and prayer. So as a country, we should just leave it at there, because if he has apologized, I thought as a human being, the highest you can go is to apologize. But I want to agree, there was a framework that was being signed between ODM and UDA on broad-based government. One of the 10 points was on the issue of addressing on extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearance and possible compensation of the victims. And I want to agree that now that the president has apologized, the next step we should be looking at is to ensure there is accountability of all enforced and extrajudicial killings and possible compensation to the victims. I think that is when now the apology will be home. So in my own observation, I think the first step was that courage of saying, I am sorry, and if we have wronged you in any way, it is, as a country, we should leave it at that. But I know there are many other things that can be done we don't want retributive justice. We want justice that will reconcile everybody. At the end of the day, the victim and the aggressor can come. But also, in that apology, also anybody who would have participated and they are known, I think now we need to fast track those cases like extrajudicial killings that are allegedly committed by the police and others. The fact that the apology was tendered, there are many other factors that will make the victim or anybody who has been transgressed feel better, like prosecution of transgressors or offenders, the possibility of compensation, the issue of prosecution, because the only way you'll bring closure. And for example, in the case of Adalois Cheruyat, the mother spoke to the media that the moment only they will know who the killers are, and the moment the killers will be prosecuted, it will give closure to the family and the families that have been affected. To Tanzania, I think because we are good business partners, and I think I saw them trolling us on Kiswahili, and that English is not their priority. But it is a good neighboring country. I think as a country we enjoy too much freedom.
What does that mean?
There's no such thing.
Sorry, what does...
No. Let me qualify my statement.
I really need you to qualify that, yes.
Let me qualify, because when you go to other countries, even looking around or even posting some things on social media are not allowed. The internet is so much regulated. What you can post is so much regulated. And this comes, by the way, I don't know whether you notice with the changes of visa with the US, that all the embassies should be, and they are even thinking of reviewing, including looking at your social media past history.
Oh, they're not thinking about it. They very clearly said that is what they're going to do.
So it means some countries are taking extra caution, and therefore the fact that and you know in my culture they say you can share the sun but not homes, and that is why Kenyans, whenever you cross to another country, the respectful way is to avoid meddling with the local affairs. That is the least we can do, because you don't expect somebody to fly all the way from US or from Zimbabwe to come and meddle with the affairs of this country. So I think as a country we have a unique way. We do our own things, but we should not export our mannerisms to other countries because they don't like it kindly. Because when you go to Tanzania, there is a way they run their country. When you walk into Uganda, so that we don't endanger the businessmen and women and our visit of tourism to those countries, we should not.
Senator, the jury is still out, because the things that we are saying is presupposition about what may have happened.
Correct.
We cannot say that Kenyans who went from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam went to behave in a certain manner. For golly's sake, they were not even allowed.
But they are already in social media.
They were not allowed. No, come on. They were not allowed outside of the airport.
Yes.
And here we are saying that we're exporting bad manners, and the question still remains, what bad manners were being exported? What bad manners were being exported? What was actually done? We cannot, unfortunately, make judgment on presupposition. We cannot suppose or imagine something and then, as a result of that, make a swift judgment on the same. And I think this is what is bringing the tension. So you can imagine when those underlings are still there, an apology is then made on behalf of the Kenyan people by the president for something that a lot of people don't even think was a mistake that was made, on one hand, and then saying you're sorry, or if in the event that something was done that you're sorry, the questions are bound then in terms of who's being apologized for, and will people continue to bear the brunt of what is perceived as a mistake here in Kenya? So is the apology then real?
No, that's why I was trying to explain before coming to apologizing part, because you remember even the former Chief Justice David Maraga went ahead and issued a statement after attending the Tundu Lissu treason and say this is an abuse of human rights. We don't know what the law talks about on how treason is being treated in Tanzania as opposed to Kenya. So, and then number two...
Would you say that was bad manners by David Maraga to go into the... Remember, if you saw the clips...
Yes.
Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga went into the court.
Yes.
He had about a 2-minute conversation with Tundu Lissu.
Yes.
They spoke, and Tundu Lissu was heard clearly saying, "Thank you very much, Kenya. Your blood runs in my veins, and so I will always be a brother of the nation." Do you think, based on what you're saying then, that David Maraga going in and having a conversation with him in court, remember he was not deported?
Yes.
Were those bad manners?
No, but of course.
Was that an exportation?
It is not bad
of
manners.
bad manners.
I know where Tundu comes. He comes from a place called Zingida. And I know quite history about him. But the point I'm trying to make is that it was okay to go and see him. But when he issued the statement in public, and I think you media covered, is where the line is being drawn. Because by the fact as a former Chief Justice is a foreigner, he has already taken a position that charging Tundu on treason charges is an abuse of the law or human rights. Why don't you leave to the court to determine? Because they say everybody is innocent until proven otherwise. So and then number two, you saw our colleagues, our brothers and sisters, they were already in the airport. They were recording. You could see, is it Boniface Mwangi in the room? You could see these activists from Uganda recording on airport and starting to question the human rights record of Tanzania and how the opposition leaders or how, because we are aware Tanzania will do elections towards the end of this year, and questioning the electoral process. How can you go and question somebody's in-house matters if it was, there is nowhere in our East Africa treaty, even in 1999, it talks about export of services, goods, and labor. It does not say we export politics.
Senator, if I may.
Yes.
Let me first start by addressing an issue about why people are struggling with the apology from the president.
Okay.
It's just two letters.
Yes.
It's the letters if.
If.
You see, if I slap you, then I tell you if I have wronged you. So that's how Kenyans feel. Yes. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's how Kenyans feel. And it is important for people who will communicate the president's message further to elucidate and take ownership of the things that he's saying he's wronged Kenyans about, because that will make the communication better. But now, to my issue on Tanzania, right?
Yes.
And Honorable Sankok was here. I said the same thing, and I'll repeat it here. There's a difference between the political reality of Tanzania and the human rights and the ability of people to visit a country, to go attend a court case, and then have an opinion about it.
Okay.
Because there is no human being on earth today who is not allowed to have an opinion. Much more a person who's not in your country. I have lots of opinions on Trump, by the way.
Yes.
He looks like a turnip. He's orange. I have so many opinions. But when I go to the States...
be careful when you apply the visa to the US.
I still have 2 years on mine. So
okay.
I'm fine.
But they are revoking.
No, but I'm not even interested in going there. That's the funny part.
Okay.
But the thing is, Senator, when we speak about this Tanzanian thing, I hear you when you say, because you're correct. It's absolutely correct. And I've said it before. That Tanzania is not a land you go and do certain things. Their culture, the way the government is set up, does not allow that.
Correct.
But that does not justify in any shape, way, or form how Kenyans were treated. And you see, when we mix these two issues, because it is true, when my friends in CCM, when they hear me speak a certain way, just like a Kenyan would, about anything, even about how they've taken very long to build certain roads, they will tell me, yotabia Kenya, utaacha. You understand? That is within their nature. And that I understand, because it's a cultural thing. But we on our side, as a nation, right, cannot then just turn our backs on our citizens because Tanzanians feel offended. Because whatever if they did in Kenya, if they were doing it in Kenya, we would be saying civil society is doing its job. Because that's how we operate here. So it is expected, in as much as they've wronged the emotions, because it's not the law, the emotions and feelings of the Tanzanians because of their culture and whatever, it behooves us as a nation to embrace and protect our people. Because now I'm even afraid, because I'm a media person. I need to go there in 2 weeks. So I'm afraid to go, because now will I also be brought back, even though I don't plan to go visit Tundulisu? And then who will defend me when I'm brought back?
I just want to connect something here. And oftentimes we then are able to make a point by way of comparison.
Yes.
And it is important, Senator, as one who is a member of parliament, also as one who then is, in the same party as the president. By comparison, let's look at something that was said by President Museveni and his wife Janet.
Oh yeah, I saw it. It was interesting to see them reading a joint apology.
Yes.
Is it because elections is near?
Either way, that's a total, again, something that the jury is out on.
Yes.
But this is what they said. As top leaders of the movement, we humbly take responsibility for the mistakes made by ourselves, our agents, and our representatives. Therefore, I stand here to repent and ask for forgiveness, especially the people of Buganda and the whole country. Nobody read this on his behalf. Nobody read it for him.
They read together.
They read it together. Yes. And these are the words he said. He said, I stand here to repent and ask for your forgiveness.
Yes.
It was not, in case you feel that you are offended, then I apologize. Do you see the difference? This is what Kenyans are saying. He also went on to say, God restore the favor that we had with them, the people of Uganda, in the beginning. Bring healing to their hearts, soften their hardened hearts, and reconnect us to the regional vision of our national unity and unwavering commitment to social and economic transformation for our nation together.
That's a 40-year apology.
Hey, imagine. But he took responsibility.
They have committed more sins, and elections is approaching in Uganda.
I'm talking about.
Can I come to the substance?
I'm talking. This is the thing, and I'd like us to focus on that.
Correct.
I'm talking about the character of the apology. That responsibility was taken, accountability was held, and there was no flowering around it. It was very clear.
Okay.
We have done this. We apologize. We ask for forgiveness. Not if you are offended. Not if maybe perhaps. And this is what Kenyans are taking issue with. Do you think that maybe that could have?
Did we hear atrocities?
Do you think that could have been handled a little bit better?
No. The issue of apology is by the president, and you remember even the youth who attended the conference later addressed the media, and they said they agree and they have accepted that apology, and therefore I don't think there is nothing wrong with the way the president apologized.
Okay.
I have seen the apology by Museveni and the wife, who happens, I think, Minister of Education.
Yes, she is.
I think the same apology should be read together between Macron and the wife, so that they should learn from Museveni and the wife. But I agree that, I don't understand the context, because I don't understand the dynamics so much of Uganda on why. But looking at the history, I think President Museveni and Mama Janet did very well to apologize. I don't know, because the elections are near, or is it because they felt genuinely that they need to apologize? But from somebody who knows the president, I think the president, in my own opinion, when he spoke, even from the demeanor, he really meant when he says he's apologizing to the GNC, the Tanzanians, and Uganda, and anybody who would have wrong. Because sometimes, there are supporters who agree with what happened or how the government reacted to the protest against the government of the day. There are people who feel this was right or wrong, and that is why he was using the word "if I have wronged you," because you never know how people take it. Sometimes
How do you think people? Let me ask this question: How do you think people take a life lost, somebody shot in the head outside Parliament?
Of course, it's very tragic and sad.
Yeah.
But I have said, even in the beginning, when you asked me the first question, that apology will of course, apart from apologizing, it will soothe the emotions of the country. But I think what we need to do further, and I know the president is aware of this, is now to ensure anybody who committed those offenses, including killing the protesters, they must be held accountable. And you have had IPOA, there are people they're already prosecuting in court. And then number two, the opposite of not apologizing is retributive justice, an eye for an eye, and will make the whole country blind, or the whole world, as Mahatma Gandhi would say. Now the question is, after the apology, we now need to ensure that anybody who has affronted the law should be prosecuted. And even as we jail them, if they have affronted the law, then compensation should happen, and the apology will be complete, in my own opinion. Because if that apology will be complete, is to ensure that the victim sees and feels that justice has been done through the apology. So what Kenyans do, what Kenyans should be doing now is after the apology, what next to right the wrongs. That is the conversation we should be having.
Senator. Let Dennis ask his question.
Senator, the question was not answered.
Which one? I will answer. I'm here. I always like answer questions.
No, just ask a question.
You see, Senator, when we talk about the apologies and what not that is happening, there is the law of the Republic. When we talk about those who are killed in Narok, the Gen Zs who are killed, there is the law and there's the process of investigating all this and ensuring that everyone is brought before the law. So it did not take, first of all, the Speaker of the day to ask the President to apologize for that apology to come. All that Kenyans have been asking for is that investigations are done. Those that have done wrong are brought before the book. Reason why today the apology has been given, but Kenyans do not believe that this apology comes from a clean place because they feel it is forced because Kenyans have been calling for the President and the leadership to do right by them.
Correct. But I want to agree with you. There is judicial process, and that is why I hope in future this show you should invite DPP and even IPOA to ask them how much cases are being investigated and prosecuted. No, because he's asking about the due process of the law. And that is why even we have put a statement. I know you want to go on a break, but we have put a statement when the Ministry of Interior will appear and IPOA, we will post the question that when people are killed in Angata Baragoi, when a priest is killed in Kerio, when somebody is killed in Lamu or in Marsabit, where is the investigation process?
Absolutely.
Yes,
and IPOA will sit here as they did. Isaac sat here and told us,
let me correct something
very clearly that IPOA sits as an authority whereby the most of the resources that they get will not go towards some of these things that you're saying.
But
so for me, when we talk about then things need to happen under the policing authority, is that the executive needs to then make sure it funds that authority.
But it is the parliament who appropriates the money,
and that is why
the budget making process is ongoing. I can confirm to the nation, and I hope because the committee, I don't want to go ahead of them, and I hope you'll invite the chair of budget. The committee is now allocating resources, and by the way, to correct the perception that it doesn't mean that the apology of the president meant that the assailants will go now scot-free. Now that the president, no. It is just for the unity and reconciliation of the nation. But I agree with you, my brother, that he has said the due process of the law should be followed.
Let's take a break.
That is what I agree.
We'll come back and continue with this right after the break. It's 25 minutes to 8 o'clock. The Senator for Nandi County, Samson Cherargei, is here with us, and we are looking into these issues after the breakfast, after the would-be apology. Then what next?
But it's an apology.
Okay. Well, how people perceive it also then very important. But then beyond that, what then brings an apology to life? And essentially we are saying that it's the action that is taken thereafter that means something more. We'll come back and continue after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The Senator Nandi County is here with us this morning, and we're talking about after the prayers that were said. And it's interesting because Dagoretti, North Member of Parliament, essentially gave a litany of
requests.
I believe that what she was doing was essentially opening up and saying, this is where we have gone wrong, and God, we are telling you where we've gone wrong. Please forgive us and help us to move ahead. Now, in the moving ahead, if we see that she actually was very prescriptive in her prayer, and that, I guess, is the question that we ask now, from prayer to policy, because we can pray here. Come on, we know what it is like. We can pray here and waste money, right? In the morning, every day in May for the next 20 years. But if we do not act thereafter, it becomes an exercise in futility. So what happens towards policy? The president, the CEO of the country, comes out and says, okay, fine. If we offended you in any way, we apologize. How then do you remove the stain of offense? That if a mother lost her son, if a father cannot find his son, if we see pictures of somebody who was shot outside Parliament, if we see floating bodies on a river, if we see that people were walking outside one day and the next day they are gone, and then they are found after 30 days and nobody's giving explanation as to where they went. If children can't go to school, if a health system does not work, if road infrastructure is dilapidated, these are all things that I believe the apology encompassed. And I'm going from the litany of Beatrice Elachi's prayers. And if an apology was given as the last statement that was made by the president on that day, what can we expect to see? Because my mother used to say that a real apology is ending this repetitive behavior. When you tell me you're sorry, but then you come and do the same thing again, it's like you've slapped me in the face twice.
Yes.
So?
No, I agree with now that we need to move from prayer to policy. By the way, this is the 22nd National Prayer Breakfast, and it is funded by people of goodwill, if you heard yesterday when the speaker mentioned. Number two, I agree. That is why I think we went ahead with the conversation on what should happen next after saying, apart from apology or prayers, we should now move to policy. For example, I agree that we should make sure devolution works, ensure that the timely disbursement of resources to our counties. We should also ensure that anybody who has violated the law, including extrajudicial killings, they should be held accountable through judicial process, as you have said. Number two, we should also ensure that we fight the menace of corruption, challenges of development in the country, equity. And you heard yesterday, even today as we talk, there is, I can't remember, there are bridge in Tana River County, where children, because when during rainy season they are being eaten by crocodiles. I am happy in this budget, at least the Ministry of Treasury has proposed, I think it was its supplementary 50 million each to fix the bridge. In Dadaab, they are receiving the first tarmac in the history since independence. So I agree that as a country we need now to move the deliberate effort to ensure that there is principle of equity and equality across the country. In fact, I agree that most of these young people who are on social media, it is not the intention for them to be there. It is because of the challenges of lack or inadequate opportunities. And that is why President William Ruto has moved, and I want to say prayers to policy, is the fact now that we are establishing digital hubs across the entire wards and across the constituencies in this republic. That is why the issue of affordable housing program, where young people can now get the daily to work. You saw the Mukuru housing, and I'm happy media has been very supportive in covering and ensuring that there is proper transition. Even in my own county, there is a place called Kapsabet Town. We are having, where my headquarters in Nandi, we are having almost 80% completion of 220. When I walked into the construction site, I was told by the barabara, the head person, that they employ between 300 young people per day. When we have markets like these markets that are being done, for example, there are 6 that are being done, and when I went to a place called Kaiboy, I got almost 100 to 150 young people in Chepsonoi, in Maraba. And therefore, I agree that even as we pray and condemn young people for using social media in not an intended purpose, is because they say an idle mind is a devil's workshop. It is for us and that is why yesterday, if you are following proceedings, I have even moved a motion. I gave a notice of motion yesterday at the floor of the House to review the Public Service Commission in turns, so that we don't take 1 year or 6 months, train them in PSC, then throw them outside. We should prepare a transition, maybe from contract to permanent and pensionable. Number one, the stipends that are being paid. Are you aware that interns in Nairobi, Eldoret, Kisumu, and Mombasa are paid between 15,000 and 30,000 stipend, which is still very low. That's why I brought that motion. Number 3 is to reward an innovation, and also to ensure that there is a career progression of interns, the PSC. That is the only way we will be able to transit from prayer to policy, by giving adequate opportunities to the young people in this republic. And that is why we will not need to pray about young people using social media badly. We will not need to pray about corruption if today the EACC ensures that all governors, whether they are politically correct or wrong, are charged equally before the law. And that is my only prayer, because even now as we talk, when you call EACC, by the way, Senate, we are being blamed. In fact, when you go to the village, people are asking you, why is governor stealing and you are doing nothing about it? It is because the EACC should do their job, because we cannot pray for corruption to end. We must fight corruption. We pray and take people to court. And that is now the DPP and DCI. You saw even leaders have bad manners. You see the allegations of Juja MP, the DCI and IG, although the jury is still out there, are alleging that a leader is abducting themselves. We need to, as a country, it looks like our own ethics as leaders had gone to the dogs. Because by the fact somebody thinks, and I'm here to listen the side of story of our friend Juja MP Koimburi on really what happened. The police have given their version. In fact, what shocked me is, as members of parliament, we want to go and see him and report back to the House. You know, even the National Assembly chairperson on security, it was even on the answer, that even the parliament directed one of the committees, go and visit our friend, give us a brief on really what happened. They could not access him. So as a country, I agree that apart from prayer, we must get work to work. And that is why Kenyans want electricity. They want roads to be fixed. I can see here outside your offices that road. I don't know. They have been trying to expand
November 11th.
For the last how many?
November 11th.
Yeah, November 11th. 3 years down the line. I agree with you that from prayer we must be deliberate on terms of policy, but the policy that have deliverables to the people of I almost say people of Nandi, the people of this republic, so that we can see value. You saw even, for example, Garissa, for example, county spend 40 million to do a cultural day, but they have never fixed a 56-kilometer pipeline of water into Garissa town, for example. So these are challenges, as agreed, that we must try and fix as a nation, apart from the apology, so that apology and policy and prayers comes together.
You see, Senator, we talk about apology and you talk about policy. This country is not short of policies, not short of laws. You know, when you talk about corruption, when you talk about freedom of speech, it is the very same person, the president, who issued an apology, who stood once and said, these young people are misbehaving because of how they're expressing themselves on social media. Yet the Constitution gives the young people an opportunity to express themselves. It's a freedom. When you talk about apology that has been issued to the Republic of Tanzania, we're not hearing the Republic saying we equally apologize to our very people who went to Tanzania and were mistreated. They were tortured by the Tanzanian authorities, which begs the question, this apology that has been issued, does it go in place to really soothe Kenyans, or is it because it was asked?
No, for example, I forgot something about, I wanted to mention something that my brother has mentioned, is on the issue of deportation. You know, every country has a right to deport. I think where the problem is when they arrested the activist. Under international principles, you are just need to deport the way they did to Martha Karua. So with Boniface Mwangi and the Ugandan activists, they should have taken them to Dar es Salaam airport and put them on the next available flight. So I think where we have a problem, and I've seen the PCS, Musalia Mudavadi has written a letter to the Ministry of, to the Tanzanian authorities to find out what really happened. Because naturally, even if today you are deported from US, even the ICE, what they are doing, they are just putting you on a next available flight and take you back to your country. On the issue of use of social media, we have to agree. You know, most of these people speaking are also parents and they know their children. I want to say, even in freedom of speech, which we have mentioned and is very good under Bill of Rights in our Constitution, there is limitation to that freedom of speech or even writing. It doesn't involve incitement and even using insults and demeaning people or body shaming people. So even as young people have a freedom to express themselves in social media, it does not give them free license to insult. Because as a leader, by the way, sometimes when you see what people write, even in social media, even in Twitter or X as they call, they body shame you, they insult you. I remember when I was moving my bill on term limit, somebody insults you. I cannot even mention those unpalatable words. It doesn't mean, yes, you have a right to express yourself, but it doesn't mean to incite, to also, and I saw the NCIC where he was writing the former deputy president to appear before them. It doesn't involve, you have a right, yes, to speak, but you don't have a right to incite people. You have a right to write in social media, but it does not give you a free license to demean or insult. Because if I open my phone today and show you what people are inboxing me or writing about me in Twitter, even kama ningekuwa na roho ya kuku, the way President Moi used to say, the late, may his soul rest in peace, he used to say kama ningekuwa na roho ya kuku, ningekuwa nimeenda. So that one I agree with you. No one is curtailing the freedom of young people to express themselves, but they must also do it responsibly and with it. And I'm happy Donald Trump has said, and I know my brother doesn't like Donald, he has said we will also be looking at your social media history, even in the visa application. So I want to warn the young people, as you write in social media, write things that are factual, that are respectful, that does not border insults or incitement in the public. So
let me remind you that a few years ago, if I may,
yes,
there was a journalist, and there was a movement called Charlie. Remember the Charlie movement?
Yes.
Now you see, there's dangerous ground on which we tread.
Yes.
Those of us in media will tell you every day there is someone who insults you as well.
Correct. Right? Agreed.
And those insults, honestly, I cannot remember one. You understand?
Yes.
And that days have trended twice. 2 days
I normally see, yes,
being insulted.
Yes.
The point I'm making here is that
do you feel it is right for people
just
to...
let me finish.
Oh, you are the one asking questions.
Yes, I'm about to ask my question.
Yes.
There's a criminal defamation. Criminal defamation was abolished. You know that?
Yes.
So any form of insult in this country is not a criminal offense.
Yeah, I agree. It's a simple matter where you...
So if someone says, Mark Bichachi, you're growing bald and you're becoming ugly, I cannot take him to criminal court. I'll take him to civil court. And at that point, I'll have to prove whether I'm balding or not. Right?
Yes.
So those are not insults.
Yes.
What are called insults are religious insults, wounding people's religious feelings, right? Threatening or abusive language. You understand? Threatening, abusive or insulting words that provoke a breach of peace. You understand?
Yes.
So if someone calls me a monkey face, he has not brought a breach of peace. You understand? If someone calls me, if I was a senator, and says I am the dumbest senator to ever live, they have not breached the peace, because my peace is not the public peace that this is talking about. And then intimidation and molestation, right? And this is used to intimidate or molest a person. So the definition of what we are calling abuse is clearly stipulated in law. And a caricature of someone does not constitute an abuse of communication or of social media. What I think is happening, Senator, and this is my question, do you consider for one moment that the real issue is that there is a communication block and misunderstanding between you and Gen Zs? Because as I hear you, the issue is misuse of social media. As I hear Elachi, the issue and the prayer point is misuse of social media. But by our own laws, everything that these kids are doing is not illegal.
Yeah, that is why I say freedom of expression and opinion is a right under the Constitution.
Yes.
Number two is, I agree with you largely that they have a right to express themselves.
Yes.
But as a society, we have also our ethos and culture and our behavior. It doesn't mean if today they say you look like a monkey face and people attack you at the gate today, you endanger yourself.
No, that's a breach of peace. But
yes, I'm saying by the way, there is a thin line between incitement and also an abuse and insult, because the moment you abuse an insult, the perception of that individual changes. But what I wanted to say about the issue of young people, I agree. By the way, government is doing a lot.
Yeah.
We have a very poor communication as a government.
Indeed.
It is very pathetic. The communication of government is very pathetic because the people who should be communicating are not communicating. Because, by the way, now politicians, we are now the ones communicating instead of the communication department of the government.
Yes.
Because even, you remember during many eras, even Kibaki, for example, Kibaki say, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea.
Yeah.
You didn't need to explain anything about that statement. It is simple, but it is catchy.
Yeah.
And I remember there was, when we were growing up, wanasema, familia bora, maisha bora. And then they put a picture of good family of 2 children, panga bozazi, family bora. Then they put emaciated with 10 children.
Yes.
Then that was enough. So we should learn with the simplicity of passing communication.
Yes.
And I think that is where government, by the way, the president is doing a lot on affordable housing. You agree with me? You saw what is happening in Mukuru.
The president
he is doing a lot about, there are many good stories about SHA, despite the challenges. There are many, even in my own country, there are many projects of roads that have started.
Yes.
But where is this? Because that is why, if Gen Z had that communication that government is working, I believe they could not be insulted on social media.
I have a question. Yes. Senator, as we talk about matters to do with the apology, Kenyans are asking a simple question here.
Yes.
Do Kenyans want an apology or justice, or do they want both?
They want
Which
both.
one is critical to Kenyans?
I think justice comes with apology. They are twin. They are CMS twins. Twins that look alike, they are called
Siamese, yeah.
Siamese twins.
Yes.
You know, it depends on.
It depends on
I
where
went
you
to
were.
the school. I went to the school that has produced 2 presidents. So, Kapsabet boys, retired Moi and William Ruto. So, I want to say there are 2. Justice and apology must go together. If you remove apology, it becomes retributive justice. We must have justice that give value to the victims, and also the aggressor is punished. And that is why sometimes there is what you call blood money in some cultures in this country. I don't want to mention. When you kill somebody, they come and pay through what we call blood money. But that is not the point I'm trying to make. If there are higher crimes like murder, like corruption, the law must take full course against such. But we must ensure, and that is why I want to repeat again, that justice will only qualify apology if we follow through until the victim feels that they are appreciated. And that is why I've insisted that apart from apology, we must now prosecute the aggressors. We must now ensure there is compensation to the victim so that we can ensure. And these are things that government can do. But we must also have a proper communication channel. When the president said he has apologized, and the president means well for this country, the people who do communication must come out and communicate so that it becomes easy. I think the reason, even by the way, I've engaged Gen Z even in my country. Whenever they ask you what is happening with government, when you explain, they say, oh, atukwa tunajua. It is because, as my brother said, there is a blockade of information, and that is why misinformation and fake news is now thriving, because people with the social media, I can post that I've been slapped in SpiceFM, and by the time you rectify as a standard group, almost half of the country would have believed and some of them would say it's right, because maybe they don't like my face. So I agree that there is a lot that the president is doing, but putting it simplification, so that Mamamboga or Boda guy, or by the way, I realized when president went and gave out keys of Mukuru kwa Njenga, 1,000 plus houses the other day, which was a good thing. And I saw a story yesterday in one of your colleagues' media houses where a media person followed a mama hammering from Mukuru to the new housing, and you could see the joy. But you remember, because of the fake news, somebody can pull a clip of 20 to 2 years, 3 years, and people tend to believe.
But Senator, this is the one thing that I am begging you to hear me on.
Yes.
First, let us agree. Much of what I've seen on social media among the Gen Z is not illegal, unless you feel like you have been mischaracterized.
No,
then you get.
Yeah.
So the focus on Gen Z and the use of social media and the reputation of it is not founded on any law. It is not founded on any actual legal promise. Number two, it is well known that you cannot legalize or criminalize morality, like what Kenya has culture. So even the very thought that somehow we can culturally control the young people in how they feel like they want to express smack, Bichachi, etc. Now, the question I'd like you to answer for me is, as we issue that apology and we're talking about policy, have we changed our minds about how we approach Gen Z? Have we stopped looking at them as this entity that is anti-government and think of them as our children, our nieces, who are actually making cogent points that the best way to handle this is to actually listen to them than attempt to criminalize them?
I agree with you. You remember when this issue of Gen Z happened last year, the president even appeared at X to try and listen to them. But you know, this is an amorphous group. You remember even when people came up as their leaders, you remember they said those are sellouts. So as you know, as a leader, when I want to engage with a certain village in my county, there must be at least a headman or people who lead and say, Mheshimiwa, these are our issues. So I want to request Gen Zs first. By the way, I've listened to what they are saying. I saw even the comments, and they are expressing serious issue. They are saying, please fight corruption. They are saying, please fight bad governance. They are saying, please fight nepotism and tribalism in our public service and employment. They are saying, give us equal opportunities. They are not saying give us, but they are saying, allow us to have equity and equality access to public opportunities. They are saying very good things, by the way. Not all Gen Zs have been demeaning or insulting, but the question is, how do you engage them? You remember now, of course, I agree that we should fight corruption, we should fight bad governance, we should ensure there is equity, development, access to opportunities. But now when they say engage us, when their leaders like, was it Anifa, Muzju, Morara, Kebaso, and the rest, when they try to come up, and even Kasmol said they are now leaders of Gen Z, you realize they even receive backlash. So my question, I agree, they are making cogent points. But how will you take them through? But I agree that the entire country, we must fix so that the entire country can see.
Can I give you 10 seconds of an answer?
Yes.
The Gen Z don't have leadership because they have social media. They're the most democratic generation we have.
Yes.
Even when they plan a concert, they don't do posters. They don't come to our station and say we're having a concert on Saturday.
Yes.
They make decisions democratically on social media.
Yes.
So I think the idea of looking for a leader will totally waste time.
Yes.
There needs to be a concerted effort as government to get online and consistently engage them at the platform of their democracy.
Yes.
Because they have some very weird democracy going on. How they even decide how to go to clubs will shock you.
I agree.
Look, I mean, just looking into how policy then will follow this prayer function, I think is where Kenyans are looking to, and that will then be able to solidify whether it was authentic, what happened yesterday, Senator. And I think moving forward is very interesting. It would be very interesting to see how all of this plays out.
Yes.
As usual, I want to thank you for being in the hot seat this morning.
There's no closing remarks.
Our time runs out, but I was going to give you 10 seconds. I was going to give you 10 seconds to actually do that.
No, it's an honor to be here, and I want to request media, we become partners. Don't become too harsh. I saw you have carried a story on Tifa, pollsters. But you know, Tifa pollsters, they are neither here nor there, because if you ask them the sample, they might have picked only 2,000 people against 50 million pass. But we need that partnership. Even media, I want to request media. I'm not saying you become sorry for using these lapdogs of the government of the day, but I want to request whenever there are serious issues, criticize when it needs to be criticized. When they are good, I hope in future the Standard will put an headline, Mukuru Kwanjenga housing is changing lives, as the way they have done it today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator, for being here. The Senator for Nandi County, Kiprotich Cherarge, has been here with us this morning. Thank you so much for doing that at 2 minutes past 8.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The opposition has dismissed as insincere President William Ruto's apology to Gen Zs who led last year's anti-finance bill protests. Various opposition officials, including PLP Secretary General Asha Bashir, asked the president to walk the talk by arresting individuals behind abductions.
While this shift in his tone is welcomed, we must remind the President of Kenya, William Ruto, that apologies, however well-intentioned, must be accompanied by tangible action if they are to carry any meaningful impact to the Kenyan people. President William Ruto and his regime should offer full reparation to the victims and families of those who've been affected by the extrajudicial killing. We insist that those who are still missing, those who are still nursing wounds, the apology is not enough. Actions speak louder.
Bashir also criticized President Ruto over his apology to Tanzania, which followed days of detention between the two countries over the deportation of Kenyan activists.
We further urge the President, as the chair of the East African community, to lead by example and call upon his counterparts, the President Samia Suluhu of Tanzania and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda, so that they respect the principles and the spirit of the EACC Treaty and to stop the escalation of repression of opposition leaders and dissenting voices across the region.
President Ruto publicly apologized to Tanzania during yesterday's national prayer breakfast in Nairobi and has extended an olive branch to Gen Zs. Renowned Kenyan author and academic Ngugi Thiong'o has died aged 87 after a long battle with health complications, his family has announced. Ngugi, who faced kidney issues and limited mobility in recent years, died yesterday morning. In a social media post, his daughter Wanjiku Wangugi said he lived a full life and fought a good fight. The family said Ngugi's final wish was that his life be celebrated rather than mourned. Born James Ngugi in 1938, he was a towering figure in African literature, widely considered East Africa's leading novelist. He was known for writing in both English and Gikuyu and for promoting indigenous languages through literature. Embakasi East MP Babu Owino has warned the National Assembly Finance Committee against increasing taxes through the 2025 Finance Bill. Speaking before the committee chaired by Molo MP Kimani Kuria, Babu said any tax increases on the manufacturing, construction and infrastructure sectors will have serious economic consequences. He warned that raising the cost of fertilizer will deepen the cost of living crisis in the country.
If you raise the cost of fertilizer, Chairman, don't you think that the cost of food production, or rather production in agriculture, is going to go high, and this is going to affect the common mwananchi, because the price of the goods that are going to be produced are going to be high, and thereby killing this agricultural sector that contributes 19% to our economy.
The World Bank is proposing a 2-year hiring freeze in Kenya's public service in its latest public finance review for the country. The bank says the move will save money and reduce the burgeoning national wage bill. The bank is also proposing automation across national and county government offices to reduce the number of staff. This, the bank says, can allow for small numbers to be increased in service delivery roles in health education. This, the bank says, can allow for staff numbers to be increased in service delivery roles in health education or better water management given the growing climate impacts. A U.S. federal court has blocked President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs in a major blow to a key part of his economic policies. The Court of International Trade ruled that an emergency law invoked by the White House does not give the president unilateral authority to impose tariffs on nearly every country. The court also blocked levies the Trump administration imposed on China, Mexico, and Canada. The Trump administration lodged an appeal with the White House spokesperson saying it's not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency. President Trump, the spokesperson, added, pledged to put America first, and the administration is committed to using every lever of executive power to address this crisis and restore American greatness. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Staki kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is Kenya's biggest conversation, and getting into the second hour of conversations for this morning and saying good morning to you and karibu sana. When you woke up this morning and you thought about the dream that you had, when you think about the goals that you're setting, when you tossed your legs over the side of the bed and the milestones that you may or may not have achieved when you had that meeting yesterday or you're doing that exam today, have you thought about who the partner is who is next to you, steadfast and unwavering? Well, I&M Bank says that's the promise we keep, and it is very simple. We are on your side. Whether you're launching a new business, seeking financial guidance, or striving for personal growth, we're here to support you and empower you every step of the way. The commitment extends to offering innovative solutions to impacting lives, because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel our mission. Discover the power of on your side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you, and remember always that I&M Bank is on your side. At 11 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room, and getting into more conversations are folks on live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Continue to tap into the show, and also our audience on KTN. So we're in Ghana, and I was telling you about kelewele, which is essentially plantain that has been peppered. But remind us of today's proverb, Mark.
You know, other than kelewele, other things I didn't taste. was I was on a mission to taste all the bushmeat possible, and I ate grass cutter and all of those things. Now, after I'd built up my tolerance, you know what I went to eat?
What?
I was like, I'm trying finally to eat monkey meat.
Oh, wow.
I was ready. I had prepared my, after you eat grass cutter, you eat this, that, there. And it's quite polite. You decide, you know what, let me go for the
extreme
big kahuna.
You ate Curious George?
Let me tell you what happened.
I can't believe you ate Curious George.
They made just one mistake. First, a fun fact, Ghanaians cook animals with their skin on. True? Yeah, like the skin is not removed. So now, when they opened the pot for the monkey meat,
so the head,
the first thing I saw was a hand, and that hand looked so much like mine.
Oh, yuck!
I couldn't eat. That's the only meat ever in the world I've ever rejected. And I've eaten raw meat, very many things, but hapo alinishinda. So these same people. I
still can't believe you're gonna eat Curious George, but okay.
I was gonna. If the hand was at the bottom and I saw some nice steak, I would. The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people.
I thought about that over the hour, and that you start small.
Yeah.
You start small for the good, but you can also start small for the bad.
The bad.
Yeah, it grows on you if you allow it in the door. If you open the door and let it in, that's where it begins. You can't say that, it's at the end of the race I started to fail. No. You started, the failure came in bits from the beginning.
To support you, there's a report that was done about the goals of boomers. It's boomers, then millennials, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Gen Z. And what? No, there's a generation.
There's something inside there, X or something.
Why?
Somebody in the alphabet is between those
generation
two.
Y. So there was let's assume we are right, because I think there are four.
Yeah.
So let's say boomers, generation Y, then millennials, then Gen Z, right? Because we are generation Y, it's true, right? So now, if you look at the goals of the boomers, look at the goals of the millennials, and look at the goals of Gen Z, and plus Gen X, Gen Alpha, they're too young to have goals, right? If you look at what does 10, 19, 11-year-old
they're now 11, 12 there.
Yeah, 11, 12, they have no idea what they desire.
Hey,
our parents, the parents before us, our grandparents, if you please, were concerned with one thing: how many kids can I get through school? That was it. That was the biggest mission they lived for, right? Number two, you come to the next generation. They wanted to retire with a small car and a house anywhere in Kenya, whether it's in the village or in Nairobi. The moment you built that house, and you built it when you're 50, when your kids are not there, and you built a 4-bedroom, and you felt nice, you're
set.
A house, right? That generation ended. Us guys, we wanted more sophisticated success. We wanted to be successful in ways beyond just the house. You have to be successful in career. You want to feel like you lived your purpose, thanks to Miles Monroe. You want to feel like everything in your house is feeding into your inner person and you becoming a better person. You go to Gen Z, they're like, listen, give me an internet connection, a dishwashing machine, a washing machine.
And movements from A to Z.
Yes, and I'm done. They don't think about owning a car. They don't think about being part of this huge thing. They easily make groups that just identify with each other. Yeah. We are the weed people. We are the rock people. We are the people for umts. We are the people for...
We're the FX guys.
Yes, you get. And how those changes have happened. And you look at it from a household level, yet all these things affected the nation. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
A nation is built by the home.
Absolutely. Yeah. It starts somewhere, really. And I guess we need to, I guess beyond that, just then is that how careful are we when we're looking at where those roots are actually set? And interestingly enough, we can segue from that into the conversation that we're having this hour. We'll not have a Justice Thursday conversation, but if you actually look at it, this is a Justice Thursday conversation.
True.
And it coincides with a report that was put out by Tifa yesterday, and I'm just going to set the stage with a couple of numbers for us to build into this conversation. And the chagrin with which we were met when Mark read this story earlier, that 75%, which is the majority of Kenyans, feel that the country is headed in the wrong direction, with the high cost of living being the main reason. Failed leadership, unemployment, human rights abuses, and corruption are the reasons Kenyans feel that the president has let them down. Let's look at some of these numbers, shall we? The top 4 reasons for the wrong direction in May 2025. 45% of people who were surveyed said that this is due to the cost of living.
Yes.
11% of those surveyed said this is due to poor or failed leadership. Remember, these are reasons as to why the whole 75% have said that the country is heading in the wrong direction, I beg your pardon. 10% of that is towards unemployment, 8% of that is human rights abuses, and 8% is corruption. So, if we break it down even further, the majority of Kenyans feel that the country is going in the wrong direction. From that majority, 50% feel as though, or rather almost 50% feel as though this is because life is too expensive. About 11% feel that the leadership is failing. 10% feel unemployment is the problem. 8% feel human rights abuses are the issue. And 8% feel that corruption is the issue. Now, when we look a little bit into the details, we will see that Kenya's direction, 14% say Kenya's headed in the right direction, and 9% say that, they're neither here nor there. The latest poll by Trends and Insights for Africa has laid bare the suffering Kenyans are going through since President William Ruto took over power 2.5 years ago. Now, among the majority who reported that their way of life had changed to worse, Lower Eastern and Nyanza were the majority, standing at 82%, followed by Nairobi and Mount Kenya at 79%. In what reflected the voting patterns in the 2022 elections, the lowest negative figures came from Central Rift and Northern Kenya. According to the survey, in part, at the same time, in none of the 9 zones do even 1/5 of respondents say that their economic state has improved since 2022. The highest proportions being in Central Rift and Northern zones. As a result of personal and family economic situations, 86% of Kenyans felt that the country was headed in the right direction. However, 38% of Kenyans who have suffered economically still felt that the country could salvage something. Now, a lot of this is pointed at the leadership stance that has been taken and the way things have been handled over these last 2.5 years, within which all of these other factors have come into play. The question that we're asking this morning, with all the responsibility that it takes to run a nation, with all the accountability, with all the very carefully, transparency, are we putting all of the responsibility at the foot of the president? And if we are doing that, are we being fair? Are we being fair? And we keep saying things like the fish does what? It rots from the head. You set the tone from the top. The person the one who runs the ship essentially is the one who will be asked the questions.
Yes.
In terms of who you appoint, what policies you are allowed to take root, etc., etc. Are we being fair in our judgment by saying that as a result of what Kenyans feel, the responsibility lies squarely with the president?
Ndu, you've seen me typing away here because I needed a premise upon which for us to start. The Honorable Senator said that the sample size of this opinion polls is too small, and he said it's about 2,000 people. Now, unfortunately, I am a child of a statistician, right?
Or fortunately, in this case.
Yes. Do you know how many people you need to sample out of 58 million. I assumed even children count on this matter. To get a margin of error of plus or minus 5%, a confidence level of 99%, and estimated proportion of 0.5, and population of 58 million. You only need to sample 664 people.
That means 2,000 people we've actually outdone.
You've outdone, right? So I wanted us to start there so that now, you know, what people mostly do is say the statistics are fake.
Yeah, because it's not enough to take on the whole,
you get
image of the country.
And then people always ask, why was I not asked? You have 58 million, they only need to sample 2,000. You understand? So the probability that you and I will be chosen out of 2,000 is small. But why that is important then is the question, are we being fair to Ruto valid? Because now you will not say polls are fake. Now, here's my contribution. President Ruto, in executing his job, has two key functions of that job. Statecraft and running government. Right? Running government is the ministers, everything. Statecraft is managing the emotions, the psychology, the feelings of the people. That's what statecraft is. You understand? How do you make your people happy? Okay? So here's my first reason why I think Kenyans may be being unfair to Ruto. His way of speaking. His way of speaking is very harsh. Okay? Now when you speak harshly to me all the time, I start to develop a negative attitude. You understand? Even your dad, if he was harsh all the time, he could have been harsh 10% of the time, you're fine. But 99% of the time you're harsh to me, then I start first disliking you, and then I do not see what good you do because I'm already angry. I don't know whether I'm making sense. That is the first thing that I think leads to this place where the president is, where people perceive 75% it's headed in the wrong direction. Because also as a leader, when you're angry all the time, it also symbolizes panic. Right? It shows that you're so not confident of what you're doing that you're hiding it in harsh emotions. It's like when you come home and you're late and your wife asks you, where are you from?
And you can say, why are you always asking me questions?
Exactly. Then we know you're hiding something. Because that anger then leads to other side effects. I think, number one, part of the reason these numbers are very high is how the president has not softened his tone to speak to the people like a father.
You know what? And that's the thing, that's what that does. Because if we do ask the question that over the last, just say to be even, conservative, 12 months.
Yes.
And the emotion or the feeling that has come out from Kenyans, whether it is spoken, whether it is written, whether it is expressed on social media, has been compounded, it has been compacted, it is pressed down, shaken together, running over. Kenyans have not been shy to let people know how they have been feeling.
Yes.
And sadly, this feeling is linked to something they can touch, feel, or experience.
And see.
And see. They can see it. It is not your pie in the sky variety of, maybe I could lend my voice. No. That people are actually feeling this way. People can see it. People don't have enough in their pocket. People don't have enough on their plate. People are having to struggle a little bit more. And the resultant expression is as a result, it is what is happening here. True. It's not making up stuff. The question, though, then, is that, is it fair to take all of this that you're feeling and put it out to the person who's leading the country? Others would say, but you said you wanted to come and do the thing. That is why you came and asked us to vote for you. And we gave you our vote. And then as a result of that, this and this and this is what is happening. Okay? Now, if you react to my reaction, if you react to my reaction in the manner that we have seen you react, then I have to ask you, why are you getting so upset if I'm asking you to do what you told told us you were going to do in the first place.
You see,
why should you be angry?
When what he told us to do during his campaign, the promises he gave to Kenyans, was again rubber stamped by his oath of office. And I'll just read it because it is enshrined in the Constitution.
Yes.
This is what he said. I, President William Ruto, swear solemnly affirm that I will truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of President, acting President of the that is, if it's acting President, that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the office of President of Kenya, and I will do justice to all in accordance with this Constitution as by law established and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. The promises he gave. Then there is the oath of office. He is the person who the buck stops with. When Kenyans express their feelings with regard to high taxes, it is based off, because we know it is the government that comes with the proposals in the finance bill, then an act of parliament. It is the president who finally seals that act and that bill and becomes an act of parliament. When questions are being asked, it will definitely go back to him because he's the one that puts the final seal on that act of parliament. When we talk about matters to do with insecurity, who wields so much power in this country is the CEC, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. CIC. He is the person, He is the person who appoints the Inspector General of Police. If injustices are done by the police, remember, we will ask, but you are the one who hired the Inspector General. Are we being unfair? No. We are being fair by asking you to uphold what you promised.
And Aseto, you're absolutely correct. And I no longer think, and this is my seriously considered opinion, I do not think the quagmire between the president and the people is the people's complaint.
Yes.
I don't think that's where we're stuck. Because I do not, we praise Kibaki so much. But if you ask certain people, he lost 2007. He was unpopular enough to be threatened by Raila.
Even in 2002?
Yes.
Even in 2002, but okay.
We live in a country where when you become president, we all move to opposition. If you've ever noticed. Uhuru Kenyatta, who now is somehow a darling, I'm telling you, the day after elections, we started complaining. Where the problem is the reaction. The reaction from the state has not been to soothe. And when it's not been angry, it's been defense. You get? So now you're dealing with a parent who is either angry at you or not appreciating and recognizing what your problems actually are. I don't know whether you get what I mean. It is no problem that you have problems. This is Kenya, my friend. We are a third world developing country. We are supposed to have problems. That's not the issue. The issue is, if I tell you something and you get angry at me because I said it, and then when I do push it a bit further, instead of accepting, you push me to an angle where you are explaining yourself. And let me tell you, there's nothing that makes people angrier than seeing something to be A and then you insist it is B. That's why people will be pissed about the kidnapped guy, not because he was kidnapped. It's because now people are discussing. Now you think, you carry me foolish.
You carry me foolish. You carry me children.
You carry me basically meaning that you want us to swallow that this guy abducted himself, did all these things. It's then a second layer. And the day I discovered that this thing, and I hope everyone in leadership is hearing me, the day I discovered that this thing is more emotional than it is even about the real tough economic times, etc., is in my entire life when I go to a bar to drink, there are only 3 people I'm willing to discuss. One I'll discuss the most is the one who's broken my heart. Every sip of beer or whatever I'm taking, she left me, she didn't like me, she was toxic. Right? Or number 2, the one I like now. You're so pretty, I like you, you sound so nice, you get? Or we are celebrating a business deal we've done. Those are the only 3 reasons and things I will talk about in a bar. When I saw kids, and I followed it from the to bars where you can get beer at 150, to the place where rich kids go. The fact that they are willing to stop themselves while drunk, inebriated, high on things legal and illegal, and then they decide to sing one time or Ruto must go. It is no longer about your policies. It is no longer about what you're doing. It is the fact that it's gotten to a point where you are at the same level as my ex-girlfriend who dumped me. That's the level of feeling they're expressing. Do you know how much it takes when I'm drunk to ask me about politics? I start saying Ruto must go or Uhuru must come back or
that is the first thing. That's the first thing at top minds, and that you can say with the fullest of conviction. And that is what I keep saying here, that when we study messaging and we practice messaging, so we know that if I ask you something and without thinking, the thing that comes to your head, whatever I'm asking you about, the thing that comes to your head is the answer you will give me over and over again. I have to double click on that and I have to ask myself, what is this thing that is making that your answer to everything that I present to you? And if you're not listening, I keep saying, you know what? It could seem as though, we hear it all the time. We hear that Kenya is now exporting its bad manners. We hear that you wanted to take the things that you do and that are stomached and swallowed here in Kenya, and then you want to take it to another country. But you're not double clicking on what your people are telling you.
Because these are just icons.
They're just
signs.
What are your people telling you when they get, and you have to look at it, when they get on social media and say the things that they say? When you tell somebody that we are going to introduce, and the answer that they give you is Ruto must go.
Yes.
Without even thinking. You don't have to think.
Yes.
And they say other things that we are now. The resultant action, it doesn't spur confidence. If you say that somebody sings a song and you transfer them, a group of girls want to do a drama and you shut them down. People protest in the streets and you kill them. Do you know what is resident in the minds of people about June 25th, 2024?
It is an emotional deposit.
It is. But listen, the first statement that the president gave after the events of June 2025 is what people will remember. Not the one that he came and gave the next morning.
Not the apology.
The anger that he felt, and he expressed it that evening without taking into account that Kenyans died on the street that day, without taking into account that people suffered. That is what people remember. So when we ask the question that are we being fair, when we look at these numbers and the things that we say, we are depositing all of this responsibility at the door of the president. It is his responsibility.
It is.
And when you talk about statecraft, the emotions, the psyche, the psychological health of the country, it is one of the things that you do.
Yes. I know we're about to go on a break, right? But I want us to just end on a bit of a bombshell. I honestly believe that Ruto can salvage his presidency. And I'll tell you why. When you look at the creativity of people from Kasongo, El Chapo, now it's one time. Let me tell you, by the time someone deposits their imagination,
imagine if they were on your side.
Yes.
Imagine what they could actually do for and with you.
And you see,
these guys sit and come up with new, clever ways of describing you. It shows two things. Heavy emotional investment. Heavy. And heavy emotional investment, if you use it correctly, you can turn it around.
And you see, this is a government that used that heavy emotional investment while they were campaigning. Because remember, this government was voted based on emotions that the previous government did not do right by them.
Yes.
It is easy to turn it around. Because even today, when we're talking about apology, on the social media, if you just look at people who are listening, are saying, we do not need apologies. We need justice and we need things to work. The rest leave to us.
That's why, as we go on break, we're actually telling the president that imagine this train can turn around.
It can turn around. And you know what I really believe? I believe that even those who are angry if we're going to go by this Tifa research, it's 75% of the population. If those who are angry, those who are upset, who feel let down, I really believe that they want you to do better.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
I almost want to shout hallelujah.
They want you to do better.
That's why I keep saying there's something called positive tension.
Yeah.
Because when you analyze, you zoom out as a non-Kenyan, look at the situation, look at what the people are crying for. They're not even, do you notice, they're not even crying for an opposition. They're not even crying for someone else to take your job. They're saying, do what we want or we will make you want. Like, the formula is right in front of you.
You know, when you sit here and we think of TZ, we say this is a country that is closed and people don't speak and whatnot. But you walk in the streets of Dar and it's a big construction zone.
Yes, it is.
Speak to any Tanzanian, they will tell you, we don't care. Ni mama. You know why? Roads are being constructed. Everything else is a by the way.
And this is the thing that I'm telling you, because right now what you're going to do by not listening and by not even coming halfway to where people are is that they say the things that Atticus says right now. And he says, you know what, you can say whatever you want, but no apology for murder.
Yeah.
No apology for disappearances. No apology for corruption. No apology for impunity. No apology for broken promises. No apology for children not going to school. No apology for your health system in a sham. No apology for people being on the street for 6 weeks when they should be in the hospital taking care of Kenya's sick. No apology is enough that is going to take care of those things not being done. What is that saying to you? People just want you to do better. You take somebody's son and they've disappeared for a year, bring him back or present him to court.
Yeah.
If you shoot people, let us know who did it, and so that they can pay the price. That even a woman who throws garbage on the side of the road is going to be jailed because she cannot afford 5,000 shillings as a fine.
As bail, or fine.
That's what people are saying. Fix the thing, and you will find that people's allegiance grows. It will bloom.
Yeah.
It's actually a no-brainer if you ask me.
I find it so interesting that, and I keep telling this to people, 2027 is going to be the first election that is not going to be about tribe. It's going to be about feeling.
Yeah.
And when it's about feeling, and there's a 45% Ndu that I need everyone to remember. The 45% for the rise in the cost of living.
Yeah.
Since you are an adult, since you are in university or college, when has this not been an issue?
That's the third thing.
Yeah.
It's always been an issue.
Yeah.
Cost of living has always gone high. We can say it's gone high faster, but it's always gone high.
Yeah.
But this high number comes from pain.
Yeah.
And the pain Kenyans are feeling is what you are seeing them express.
That's what they're telling
multiple ways.
Yeah. When Kenyans are doing this, when Kenyans are posting caricatures, when Kenyans are posting messages, they are telling you something. It's a headline and it has got the blue line under it. All they're asking you to do is double click. And see what is happening beneath. And you will find the answer to a lot of those things that you're getting angry over that you needn't. It's 21 minutes to 9 o'clock. Are we being fair to the president? Is Kenya being fair by the things they say, by the feelings or emotions that they put out there? Is it possible that we will, for the first time, have an election in the next 2 years that will be based on emotion, what people are actually feeling? And if you don't come into contact with that, then you might not be the person who rules Kenya next. We'll continue with this when we come back. And that's the question that we're asking. We'll give you a moment to then be able to call in and speak to this conversation. And we continue looking at some of your comments in the on socials. And we'll come back from that at 20 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, live and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 8, what is it? It's 18. It is 18 minutes to 10 o'clock, and we continue this conversation. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Are we being unfair? And I've read a comment there, and it says, ask Brian's mother, who was crying in the studio just a few months ago over the death of her son at the hands of police, if she's ready to just forgive. And this is an interesting thing about the human mind and how it works, that you can actually find yourself getting over the worst of things if somebody has actually shown the true remorse, and if somebody has actually taken a step in your direction to actually do right by you. But I think that we can also know when something is authentic or not, and I really do believe that Kenyans are willing some things to be done better. And in the absence of that is where you see the manifestation of this anger. People are not just angry for no reason. I don't believe that people wake up in the morning and say, well, here's a good day to be angry, and let me see how many things I can pull out of my hat to be angry about. Unfortunately, it hits you in the face. I keep saying it's a buffet. When you go and you pick the buffet option, you don't have a choice as to what you will say. Can you go and bring something? No. Yeah. It is what is on the spread that you will take.
You cannot say, I can't see Nail Patch here. Go bring.
No. It's you've paid for. That is what you get. That is what they have presented to you. Now, if all of the options that they are giving you at that moment is anything to cause you any kind of internal strife, guess what? You will present with, or if it is not cooked properly in the kitchen, or if it's half-baked, or if it was rotten that was served, guess what? You will then present with the symptoms. You will have food poisoning, you will have a headache, or you will not eat, so you continue being hungry, and you'll have... That's what we are saying. So these things that we are seeing, people's anger, people's dis-ease, comes as a result of what has been on the buffet for the last however long. They have consumed and they are not satisfied. They have consumed and they have become sick. They have consumed and they have been poisoned, and they are manifesting. Now, it is up to you. You can be angry and say, after all, that is what I got in the kitchen and that's what I put on the buffet. Or you can say, guys, can we fix it?
Yes.
Change the menu.
Two things. One, in this life, you've got to be able to sit with people, and say, what do we do? You understand? Even as a father in the house, there are times you stop and say, what do we do? Do we sell this car? Buy a smaller one because fuel is expensive. And that feels nice to be included. Mm-hmm. Please hear that word, included. Thought of as a valuable intelligence, even in an adult conversation. You get? When I talk to my kids, and there are big changes that are happening, including just buying a fridge, I talk to them, and they feel so nice to be included. When the damn fridge appears, they are so happy because it is theirs. I included them. But I want to ask a critical question after I've made that point. let's go back to the El Chapo name. So we made fun of it.
Yeah. But there is that thing.
The chapati, 1 million chapatis.
Machine.
That's my point. Let me just try and land this plane. First and foremost, we don't need a chapo machine. How many people cook hundreds of chapos every day to sell for lunch? So the government could have said, you know what? We are giving tenders to people who can meet this standard of hygiene in their chapos to provide 1 million chapos to these schools. Guess what? People have jobs, kids have chapos, we're happy. I'm saying this to say it was possible even without the machine. That's what I'm saying, right? But that is not what shocked me. What shocked me is how resistant Kenyans have become to good news from the president. Just think about it, right? So concrete ties that we against him that even when he says and does actual good things, the anger we have
flows over.
Yes, just overrides it. And that's why I keep saying it is so important to fix this broken relationship so that you can hear what Kenyans actually want. Which is funny. Can I tell you what I've realized Kenyans actually want? Sorry, this is my communication strategy background. I've realized the only thing Kenyans actually want done are very simple. Are not the promises before elections, and simply the things you did from 2022 when you came into office to 2024 June. Forget every other promise. Forget it. Kenyans just want SHA to work. Wachane na wewe. They want the funding model to work. Wachane na wewe. They want Hustler Fund to actually work. Wachane na wewe. In fact, the reason why Kenyans are tired and keep calling his promises as though they're bad things is because they're so angry about the things that have not been done that now when you bring new things, you're just tiring them.
You see, by the time we're getting to the elections, we had around 280 something promises that were given to Kenyans before the elections. After the elections, we have seen almost every new promise every other week, and even the promises that are given are not being implemented. We're talking about a situation where promises to end extrajudicial killings have never been upheld. Instead, we've seen the numbers go up. It is why today, as you say, Mark, that even a good thing that comes from the president, case in point, an apology that was issued yesterday, one would expect that a Kenyan would embrace that and walk with the president and say, finally, we're getting to that path that we have always been looking forward to. But then again, we'll go back to what Ndu said earlier. The first communication that came from the president after June 25th is what Kenyans will remember, that the president at that point was angry because Kenyans were speaking against what he was saying. And that forms the basis and the concretization of how Kenyans feel and how they are opposing each and everything that the president is saying. Because remember, again, we are being ruled by, the country is being ruled by the rule of law, the constitution, which has not been respected. Public participation, as you include your children to buy the fridge, that is public participation in your house. When Kenyan students said, this affordable housing thing, we do not want it. What did the president say? This is what I want and this is what I'll do. Mtadu. And Kenyans are telling him, Tutadu what? This is what we will do. We will object and say no to each and everything you're saying because you've shown us that you do not listen. You do not listen to what it is we're telling you.
You see, and I like what you're saying. Michael Jackson said, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Yes.
Mr. President, all these people want to feel is care. Honestly, you guys, you see all these things. If you just show care a little bit, these numbers will go down. Because the battle for the soul of this country is emotional. Now let me address the opposition. Dear opposition, Kenyans don't want opposition either. Have you seen any major conversation among Gen Zs, millennials, us guys about opposition? Because we don't want you either. And every time Matiang'i showed up, if you look at social media, they're like, oh, Matiang'i is not the answer. Because, again, please understand, the people are not rejecting a person. They're rejecting a system that has consistently produced leaders and continues to sustain leaders who we feel like don't care about us.
And that's why then, that really, if you really look at it, people are also saying it's not the who that matters, who is going to come in and be president or whatever. It's not the who.
It's even the same route if you can.
Exactly. Yes. You can even bring, it is about the what that you do. Like Eric Owar is saying here, we actually want institutions to work.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. And that can actually be the one panacea that you apply across board.
Yes.
If institutions are working, whether these institutions are brick and mortar or whether they're subjective, if they work, if the institution of integrity was upheld, for example, if the institution of accountability was upheld, if the institution of responsibility and proper governance and management, those are institutions that you cannot go and say on the corner of Harambe Avenue is the institution of integrity. No. That is something that is across board, which everybody opens the door into every day. But if you're then asking about if these other institutions that we see are working, that we've thrown these things out the window, it actually really doesn't matter who's there. It is the person who is doing the thing that people are saying, this is what we actually want to happen. And instilling that sense of, number one, patriotism, nationalism, and that very, it's the thing. It's in my, like, it's the chi inside of you that you say now will actually work, that we're all together in this thing and saying, let's actually make it happen. That is what people want. And also, you don't have to go very far to prove to people that you care or don't care about them. You don't have to, I don't have to tell you I love you for you to know.
No,
You will know.
Yes.
You will know that I care for you.
You see, all that is happening right now is a story that has been built up over time. And it's a story of despair. When the president goes to Wajir and says we will build this road from Ramu to Kotulo and whatever, the president doesn't need to say it. Construct the damn thing. The people will say it's here, we're using it. If it's all about Shah, let Shah work. The citizens themselves will stand and say Shah is working. If it's about police,
they'll tell you, good idea.
Let the police do their work. Kenyans will say, finally there is justice that you're receiving from the police. If it's about National Assembly, let the National Assembly be as independent as it is, to a point that the National Assembly can stand and say, Mr. President, here we say no. Hatukubaliani na wewe. At that point, Kenyans will say our institutions are working. Failure for the institutions to work. What's the result? Objection, objection, objection.
Let me read from the Bible, since we started with prayer.
Wow. Okay.
Started with prayer into policy. So this particular scripture, I don't like reading scripture without context. God has spoken through Hosea and has said he will do horrible things to Israel. Then 14, he kind of changes his mind. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, Israel, and bring her into the wilderness, and I will speak tenderly unto her heart. There I will give her the vineyards, make the valley of Achor. I don't want to continue reading. You can read for yourself.
Okay.
There is tenderness that is needed.
Yeah.
Tenderness. A soft touch. You know, there are statements that are said nowadays very easily by ministers. Nimetoa amri. It sounds, what do you call it? Official and strong. But it sounds like
a threat.
You did not only a threat, but my voice doesn't count.
Yeah.
You get?
As in, I've heard you, but overriding you, this is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, like I tell you, I've ordered you to go outside. You understand? I may be your boss, but the moment I use the term ordered, it becomes something different entirely in the mental psyche of the people. Me, I think solution number one, all of government should go for tenderness classes.
True.
Then they speak tenderly to the people. No, you have nothing to lose because this other route is not working. Be tender. Speak to the people. Because I'll tell you, we will soften. Because now we will hear you when you say, we've got a World Bank loan to pay, so things have to be a bit expensive because we've got a World Bank to pay. Like, if you talk to me like that, I feel like at least he considered me before. But if you say, tukola alafu tutafanya, it's totally different. Just make me feel that the fact that I can no longer afford Hennessy VSOP, I miss you. Just tell me you feel my pain. You get what I mean?
You see, today there's something that Cherargei said here that I think for me was really key. He accepted and that there is lack of proper communication from the government side to the people. But that as might be the problem, I think before we even get to communication is we have a problem of empathy and listening from the government to know exactly what it is they want to say. Because if the government would just click on the blue line, they would know what Kenyans are saying, and that would form a basis of a certain communication to the people. But because they don't take the time to understand and listen, genuinely so to what Kenyans are saying, it is why every communication will come out as though you are exporting bad manners.
For me, I think what makes it worse is that they do. I think that they do hear. I think that they are very aware of how Kenyans feel. I think they're aware of what's going on, but that they choose not to do different. And for me, that's what makes it monumentally worse. Even in the same Bible that you read, it says that what is a sin is knowing what you're supposed to do and not doing it is actually a sin. But I think that we know what we are supposed to do.
Can I tell you the truth?
We know.
I honestly believe our president does not know.
No.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. Since Gen Z started, they looked for sponsors. Right? Since Gen Z started, you heard him say he's looking for leaders. You get? If you listen to the innocence by which he said, Senator, that he doesn't know how to reach Gen Z because they don't have leaders, it tells you exactly where the mindset is. Yes. The mindset is in 1992. Where did Raila get Mali to go demonstrate? Where did Orongo get Mali to go demonstrate? And these demonstrations obviously had leaders because Martha Karua, Raila were all on the front.
Yeah. So it's incredible to you to imagine that people's psyche, their emotions, their feeling, their conviction is enough for them to say, we don't want this.
Exactly. And therefore, that's why they keep spending time and even calling Akina Boniface Mwangi going there, spreading bad manners. Because in their mind, this
can be sorted out with money.
Yes, exactly. And this feeling that seems to be bubbling in Kenyans must be being sponsored by someone and must be being manipulated by someone. And as long as you're looking at a problem the wrong way, you will never solve it. Yes. This is a very simple thing. This is a question of two platforms. TikTok.
Instagram.
TikTok.
X.
And how the generation Z makes choices democratically. Those guys just do this and we go to the
Spice up.
Questions to be asked, conversations to be had, and these are some of the things that we talk about. Is it time to, we've used this word ever since COVID, pivot? I don't think it's time to pivot, because pivot means that you leave one foot where it is and use the other one to navigate. I think it's actually time you now changed direction and took your foot off that stagnant place. These are the conversations we have. It's important to engage, and we love that you do. We'll continue with more, and we'll look at the university's issue in the country. What's going on? We'll do that at 9. Good morning. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Adrian Lisamera. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is among leaders who've sent their condolences as tributes pour in for renowned Kenyan author and academic Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who's died. Ngugi, who was 87 and had in recent years faced kidney issues and limited mobility, died yesterday morning. Writing on X, Gachagua said Ngugi's passing has orphaned Africa. He went on to say that Ngugi was one in many, a mentor, a teacher, a prolific writer, a poet, an honest man, and a great political animal. Gachagua revealed that when he was impeached last year, he read and reread Ngugi's book, A Grain of Wheat. Health CS Aden Duale has also posted on X to mourn Ngugi's passing. Duale said Ngugi's fearless engagement with language, identity, and justice transformed the landscape of African literature and challenged generations to write their truths without apology. Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has welcomed President William Ruto's public apology to Tanzania, which followed days of tension between the two countries over the deportation of Kenyan activists. He was speaking when he appeared on the ongoing Situation Room show here on SpiceFM. Cherargei reiterated that the activists, including Boniface Mwangi, who was detained and tortured in Tanzania, should restrict their activism to Kenya.
In my culture, they say you can share the sun but not homes. And that is why Kenyans, whenever you cross to another country, the respectful way is to avoid meddling with the local affairs. That is the least we can do, because you don't expect somebody to fly all the way from US or from Zimbabwe to come and meddle with the affairs of this country. So I think as a country, we have a unique way. We do our own things, but we should not export our mannerisms to other countries because they don't like it kindly. Because when you go to Tanzania, there is a way they run their country.
Cherargei also welcomed President Ruto's apology to Gen Zs who led last year's anti-finance bill protest.
The fact that the apology was tendered, there are many other factors that will make the victim or anybody who has been transgressed feel better, like prosecution of transgressors or offenders, the possibility of compensation, the issue of prosecution, because the only way you'll bring closure. And for example, in the case of Adalois Cheruiyot, the mother spoke to the media that the moment only they will know who the killers are, and the moment the killers will be prosecuted, it will give closure to the family and the families that have been affected.
This comes a day after opposition officials led by PLP Secretary General Asha Bashir dismissed President Ruto's apology to Gen Zs as insincere.
While this shift in his tone is welcomed, we must remind the President of Kenya, William Ruto, that apologies, however well-intentioned, must be accompanied by tangible action if they are to carry any meaningful impact to the Kenyan people. President William Ruto and his regime should offer full reparation to the victims and families of those who've been affected by the extrajudicial killing. We insist that those who are still missing, those who are still nursing wounds, the apology is not enough. Actions speak louder.
Environmental stakeholders have expressed the need for the government to manage single-use plastics, noting that they become a cause for major health and environmental concerns worldwide. The stakeholders from the Center for Environment, Justice and Development and the Swedish International Center for Local Democracy have called on the government to ensure that producers of plastics are held accountable. Bosco Juma is one of them.
Plastic producer must be held accountable. The plastic crisis cannot be solved without addressing its root causes, and the production of plastic, especially single-use plastic, must be looked carefully. We as a community, we strongly urge the plastic industry and producers to reduce production of volumes and shift to safe and sustainable alternatives that do exist, and to make sure that they take responsibility of the plastic already polluting our environment. And this includes supporting the removal of post-consumer plastic waste and paying for the environment and social cost of plastic production.
Thousands of Kenyan students seeking to join American universities have suffered a major blow after the Trump administration halted new visa interviews for international students. The decision comes barely a week after the U.S. revoked Harvard University's authority to enroll non-American learners through the Student and Exchange Visitor Program. However, the decision was halted by a U.S. federal court. In the latest order, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio directed U.S. embassies embassies abroad to stop scheduling new visa interview appointments for students and exchange visitors. The hold, effective immediately, was aimed at expanding social media vetting for academic and vocational students seeking visas. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're getting into one this hour that has really rolled the billows of smoke over the last couple of months, and in some cases years. We're going to be looking into the universities in distress. Too broken to save? That's the question that we're going to ask, and we'll tell you who's joining us in the studio in just a minute. But I really need to remind you at this point that there's somebody who is always on your side, and that's I&M Bank. I&M Bank saying this morning, guys, you need to remember that we're right here, and that when you think about having a trusted ally by your side always, the I&M Bank promise is that we are right here. We empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. Whether it's a new business venture, whether you're thinking about your child's education, or just about securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank. Build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on-your-side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. Remember, I&M Bank is on your side. So, from years when we heard about, some of the largest universities going into the doldrums, and then until a couple of weeks ago when we heard that again, premier university on the brink, so many things following one another. And so we have to ask ourselves the question of what is actually happening in the university's circles, from funding models to mismanagement to all kinds of things. Dr. Charles Mukwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union, KUSU, and he's here in the hot seat with us this morning. Dr. Mukwaya, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Very well.
Karibu.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to your first time in the hot seat in the Situation Room. We are trying to assess the situation and from your point of view find out what's really going on, and then point ourselves in a solution-oriented kind of conversation this morning. But before we do that, ever been to West Africa?
Yeah, been.
Have you been to Ghana?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Akwaba, as they would say.
Okay.
Mark has been, and he almost ate one of my favorite fictional characters, which was Curious George, but then he saw the hand and said no. He'll tell you what I mean by that. He's going to share a proverb from Ghana, which is where we are this week, and we would like to get your interpretation of the same.
Okay.
All right.
I was in the Ashanti region, and my friends were convincing me to try everything. So I tried everything, every bushmeat, as they call it there. And then I was supposed to be served a nice steaming portion of monkey steak. And how this place was set up is they had like 20 pots in a semicircle. And my host then told them that the only 2 things I have not tried: the snails and the monkey meat. I asked them one question: will I get Ebola? They said, no, this one has been boiled thoroughly, all those affirmations. So I served my fufu peacefully, and I walked over to the monkey pot, and I was sure I was going to eat it. Then a hand was floating like this. I looked exactly like my hand. That's where my appetite went.
Did you eat the fufu though?
Yeah, okay. With other things.
Yeah.
Mostly I used to like their goat. I was just confused about the skin on the goat.
Yes, that skin is very tasty.
Bas.
Exactly, it is interesting, right?
Very tasty, yeah.
You see, so Kenya, you're just wasting meat when you remove skin from a goat. I hope my friend, there's a friend of mine likes roasting meat. Huti, umesikia? Wacha kutoa ngozi, tukule hiyo kitu, vile iko. So now to the proverb. I'm glad at least I got a smile out of you. You're a very serious character. The ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. The ruining of a nation begins in the homes of its people. That is the question.
The proverb.
Yes, the proverb. The question is, what is your interpretation? Yes, well corrected. Because how can a proverb be the question?
Well, maybe just put it in the other way. I mean, charity begins at home. When the home cannot hold, for example, a family cannot hold, then the society cannot hold.
Yeah.
Country cannot hold.
Yeah.
When the center is not holding, everything falls apart.
Indeed. When the center is not holding, everything falls apart. Well, how about visionary? Because that goes directly to the conversation that we're having this morning. That unfortunately we've seen too much falling apartness, and yes, I'm going to patent that as a phrase, that when it comes to the university's problem that we see today. You're in the Kenya University Staff Union, so obviously you cut across universities in the nation. So this is not just one university we're talking about and looking at its issues alone in isolation, but this is across board. That there seems to be something wrong. When we look at certain cases, it would appear as though there's been mismanagement of funding and that thing has all gone to the dogs. But when we look at another one, we see that councils perhaps want some kind of autonomy, that maybe the state is involved in, pressuring some kind of control. When we look at another one, that we still just don't seem to have our research and things in order to be able to have these universities run. Sometimes we can't have academic staff unions being paid what they're owed or being paid on time. We have statutory deductions that have been unpaid for years. I mean, really, take a stone and throw it. It will land on something that's a problem, right? But then we have to ask the question that what really is the problem, and are they homogeneous across board? That in terms of what is ailing the universities that are currently in distress. And in a very simple question, what is going on?
Good one. Thanks, Ndu. First of all, as a country, one of the indicators of the development of any country is the literacy level, and more so education at the university level. In our country, we seem to have a problem within the entire education sector. But to zero in on what is happening in our public universities, I think is more critical for me, because that's where I belong. Our universities in this country are facing serious challenges. That if we don't, as a country, take deliberate steps, these universities are going to be decimated and we'll have no university. And yet we have an overwhelming population of young Kenyan boys and girls who are yearning for university education. Now, one of the major challenges that our universities are facing currently, I would put it squarely on the government. Why do I say that? Who is the owner of these institutions? These are state-run institutions. If I came in your village or your neighborhood and I come across potty-bellied, cahexic-looking children, the question that would come to my mind would be, whose children are these? Whose children are they? The owner, the parent of that child or those children, right? It's the same thing. Our universities are facing these challenges because the parent has neglected them. One, the government has been lying to the universities for more than 15 years. When employers called the university councils are appointed, they're appointed to ensure that the management of those institutions run and manage the resources that the government has given them.
Right.
Right? Now what happens is that you will find that the government itself, instead of giving funds to these institutions, the government started by drastically reducing the capitations to these institutions. So much so that you will find in 2016, that's when the most drastic reduction of budgets to these institutions began. And at the same time, the same government ensured that the Module 2 programs that were actually helping these institutions mitigate the budgetary deficiencies were also done away with. So the government is reducing capitation every year. The Module 2 programs have also been scrapped. So where do you expect these managers appointed to run these institutions to get money? To run these institutions, you cannot get money from your pockets. It is the parent, the house help that you have in the house can only manage that house when you have given him or her the tools of business.
Charles, education is a pillar of any country, whichever you want to look at it. And the university education for this country for a very long time has been something that has been revered, not only in the region, People have come from far to come seek university education in this country. And where we are today, that funding to education has gone down. You look at the funding model as well is in shambles. One asked the question, why isn't university education a priority to the government?
First of all, I would say I don't know, but I want to just to think on my feet. When we have a country where academic dwarfs find themselves occupying the political space, and therefore they are the ones who are making decisions, then what do you expect? These dwarfs have the temerity of even going about and buying university degrees and donning academic gowns. And so they're telling the whole world, what is university? After all, I can have what I want even without it. I have the money, I can buy it. Now, when you have those kinds of people, then the government will not pay fidelity to the reverence that you're talking about. University education is nowadays, it's an academic, these are institutions that are now like, how do I put it? They are being dragged in the miasma of academic sludge. Who cares? After all, I can get what I want in this country. So the systems are not just working. And therefore the government does not care.
I thought that students are supposed to go to university, they get an education, they finish, they come out, and then, either they can get into the workforce, they get into the service industry, or they start their own business kind of thing. I thought that is what is supposed to happen when they go through the university system, and that everybody who works within this ecosystem is to ensure that process happens. I thought that's what it's supposed to be doing.
You're right.
Okay.
And it's good you thought.
Okay.
When you have leaders who do not want that to happen for their own reasons, you see, it's about when you allow that ideal situation to go on, what are you aiming at? You are aiming at empowering the common mwananchi. You are empowering these young men and women. They have gotten through the university education. They have gotten to start working. They have income, and that's a threat to some people in the political space. So what do? Ensure that these people, first, the system through which they're going as university is not working. And even if those who manage to scrap through, there are no jobs. And even if they get jobs, they're overtaxed. So you remain with an impoverished.
Charles, for a very long time, the blame as well has been thrown back to the universities, in the sense that one would argue that there came a time when universities pretty much expanded so fast that they would not be able to meet the requirements of running these institutions. And one would say, it has been said, that this has contributed to the universities being on their knees today. Is that the case?
It's not the case. First of all, it's a very good thing to expand our universities, although you expand to a certain level. In fact, under the Universities Act 2012, every county in this country is supposed to have a university. But not all counties have universities. So when you look at the number of universities, you also look at the population of those who are yearning for these services. Kenya has the population. Kenyan boys and girls are good in terms of the academic. They want to, go to university and learn. Unfortunately, majority of the Kenyan parents cannot afford to take their children abroad or take their children to study in private universities. So public universities would be the ultimate, destination for these people. And I can tell you, as we speak right now, it is not that those universities are crowded. To say that now they have, it's just a question of, as I said, the first thing was lack of adequate capitation. But then there's another problem. That those who have been appointed to run those institutions, are they really carrying out prudent management of resources? No. No. We have seen, and we continue seeing in these universities, managers who are not just up to date. They are not up to scratch to handle the rigors of management, financial management, human resource management, call it. Instead, we have some of these guys who are involved in ethnicity. Right? They don't care about, the institution. They care about what is my people saying. This university belongs or is found in this community. And therefore, it is this community to run the affairs of whether it's being run down and down and down, they don't care.
But there's some running happening.
But some running is happening. I think that. So that is part of the problems that we're having in our institutions. And then the government that puts these people there also has a hand again. Issues of governance in our universities that we are seeing, some of these universities now, wars between the university councils and the university management, is because there seems to be a hand that is making this fight to go on for their own selfish ends. And I can tell you, one of the reasons why they're being made to fight is the resources that some of these universities or the properties that these universities have. Right? So somebody is interested in those properties. So what do? Make the situation around the governance as fluid as it can be possible, so that then you can, put your sticky fingers there. And they insist that specific individuals must be the ones to run the institution, must be the vice chancellors, must be the chairman of council, so that then, once they're there, they will be bidding for the people who put them
there. I have been listening to you quite intently.
Yes.
And the truth is, as someone who grew up in a university, then went to the same university, I saw that university since I was a kid. I think my first memory of being in Egerton University starts in 1989. And even when I was a kid, as vice chancellors changed, I realized that because it was in a certain region, certain tribes began to be the only people who can be vice chancellors. And just like you said, properties started disappearing and things like that. Then around 2015-16 there, they began to spend on magical things like the 50 million shillings gate.
Yeah.
Yes, you see, you even know about it. And fencing, a river where?
Yes, electric fence around
the university.
Yes.
And Egerton is huge. Huge. I think it's the biggest university by simple landmass in Kenya. It's bigger than KU. Now, all that is true. And I say that to bring me to this point. How, in God's name, does the new or old financing model actually deal with these problems? Because I don't think the problem is the financial model, is it?
It's part of it.
Okay, explain.
Yeah. First of all, when you look at these institutions, solely they depend on the exchequer. The taxpayers, contributed taxes, and therefore they're supposed to get in there. Now, when these taxes are collected and the money budgeted for these institutions is not adequate, the managers are tempted to do the crazy things. And some of them, they are put there so that then they are able to give tenders and contracts. The very people who are supposed to be ensuring that budgeting is done have vested interest in that or in those institutions, like the one that he's talking about. I'm an alumni of that university. A lot of land, arable land. And then when the government comes in place, the vice chancellor is told 5,000 acres are hived away. The same people who are supposed to be making that institution run properly, they are the ones again who are coming in and using whoever they have put there to take these properties away. So what is it? It's because these guys, some of them are the owners, or their cronies are the owners of private universities. Well, how do you explain a whole government deciding that students who have qualified to join university, the same government ensures that they go into and they get admitted into private universities. And then the same government funds those institutions after sending students there at the expense of their own public universities.
What are you talking about?
Just wait.
I'm sorry.
We are together.
I don't understand.
Wait. Private university?
Yes.
Government money?
Yes. Yeah.
How? It sounds like magic.
I don't understand.
It has happened.
Yes.
No,
I need you to explain
it. We need you to explain. The two of us are,
students. These are government-funded students. They have been admitted into a private university. So
but the point of government funding is for you to go to a public institution.
Yes.
So how do you get public funding?
That is a $6 million question. That we have people who they have that merit of making sure that happens. And students keep going there. In fact, one of the biggest problems and the causes of what we are having is when students started being taken to private universities. Students who have qualified to join public universities. The moment they were allowed to go, and listen to you and the new funding model, what does it say? The money will follow the students. That's why it's called student, it's called what? student-based funding model.
Okay. Let me ask a question. So in primary school,
yes,
let's take primary school. Is it still called primary school, even when it's this grading system?
Yes,
comprehensive?
yes.
So primary school.
Primary school is now comprehensive school.
Yes, so comprehensive school, whatever it is. Well, government sends capitation. It is like them sending capitation from Kuruine Primary and then Hillcrest.
Essentially, that's what's happening at,
yes,
now
at
the university level. Yes.
Because
it shouldn't.
Yes, it shouldn't. But it's happening.
I've always thought I'm clever, but I cannot see the logic there.
How would you explain this? That if, for example, University A, its budget, it has done the budgetary estimates, it's coming to 4 billion.
Yeah.
Right? And that is proof that is the amount of money they need. That university ends up getting 2 billion.
2 billion.
Okay.
So where is the other 2 billion going to?
Following the students.
Yes.
Okay, the next time I steal something, I shall tell you I'm following the students.
Who oversees this daylight robbery?
That is the question again. You see, I started by telling when you have people up there who do not know and they don't care, the oversighting role also has been thrown through the window. Why would I want to oversight when I'm interested in the outcome? Because the government, when it is giving these institutions money, run this institution on my behalf, I thought then the same government should ensure that it oversights and it ensures that that person whom I've given this amount of money is doing the right thing that I'm supposed to. The auditor reports have said it all. Right? Nobody is bothered. Then look at our MPs in parliament. Are they of any help?
Depends to themselves, yes.
Maybe, yes.
Very much.
Yes.
Okay, I think we need to take a break because this is...
Because me and you are lost.
Yeah, this is... and here we were thinking that the problem was because, a little bit of mismanagement here, not being able to catch up because, statutory deductions are late kind of thing. But it seems as though this cankerworm has eaten much deeper than we can imagine. And even when we're talking about having solution-oriented conversations, it seems as though the solution to this is overhauling the entire system for it to work. Otherwise, we're just going to keep hurtling into this abyss of abnormalcy, which is now trying to be touted as normal. It's not normal. It's absolutely barbaric in terms of what's happening. And then we need to then ask ourselves the question that my friend Dennis Okari also asks, why are we shocked? If this is what you put in, what do you expect to get out? What do you expect to get out? And so we're having a conversation about universities in crisis. What exactly is going on, and what then we ask is the solution to some of these issues. This morning, our guest in the studio is Dr. Charles Mungai, who is the Secretary General of Kenya University Staff Union, and we're asking the question, is it too broken to save? Let's think about that as we come back from this break at 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, exclusive and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dr. Charles Makwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union and joins us in the Situation Room this morning as we're looking at whether the universities in distress issue, is it too broken to save? Because some of the things, I mean, my head is whirling because sometimes when we look at an issue and we think we know what the problem is, and then to start to dig just a little bit deeper below the surface to realize that it is a very, very, very deep problem, and that here we are thinking that universities in their mandate are to oversee the process that delivers a university education to the country's children, and then into students and into adults later. But it seems that we're doing everything but that this education that you're talking about is just like a byproduct. You know how from oil, one of the byproducts you get is kerosene. It's like this education is just, maybe it'll happen along the line, but others seem to be involved in other processes that seem to have taken precedent over an education.
Indeed, it is our universities. What is causing all these problems is about politics, it's about corruption. And unless we depoliticize and de-ethnicize our universities, these problems that we are talking about will continue. When you choose not to give these universities adequate funds, and you want to correct even things that you only need to fix, there was no problem with the funding model. That used to be there. The DUC was not as bad. It only required the government to play its part. The government promised to pay 80% of each student's academic program's expenses. Then the student, of course, the student meaning the family and other means, getting loans and so on and so forth, scholarship, 20%. The government never gave the 80%.
Okay. Sorry. You see, when you're dropping these bombshells, it's necessary for us to now say, okay, please just repeat what it is that you said so we can have an understanding. Start from the 20 and 80 and what was supposed to happen, and then what didn't happen, please.
You know what we need to do? We need to tell you to drop the bombs pole.
Small.
Otherwise, we lead you to come back again and again. Because you're dropping too many bombs.
Please, just...
Please,
okay, fine. Oh, fine. Thank you. We have what has been serving these institutions for years, called the DCU, DUC funding model, differentiated unit cost.
Yes.
In that arrangement, the government promised that it will give 80% of the cost of each student's program. Okay. And then you, the student, through, of course, your household, your parent, help, you will raise the remaining balance of 20%.
Okay.
Now, while the student and his family would struggle and ensure that they get the 20% paid, the government never paid 80% it promised.
How much?
So it was at the point where now they were saying, now we want to, let's try a new funding model. The government was paying up to 38% of the 80% it promised to pay.
Over how long? Over what period of time?
Years.
Yes, hold on.
Yes.
38% of the 80% means it is almost 25% of the 100%.
Yes.
Over years.
Yes. So then, what do you expect the Vice Chancellor to do? He doesn't have enough money to run the programs for this children, to keep them there. It's like the primary and secondary schools, you promise to give them capitation. Then you tell them, allow students to come to school. The same thing. Allow students to come to the universities. I'm going to give you money. Then you don't give money. Where is the university going to get the money? And at the same time, there's no module 2, which was raising money to mitigate the budgetary deficiencies.
Program.
Yes. You see that? So these managers are now faced with a very difficult situation. How do we balance? And then, as he's doing that, people up there, Uncle Sam, he is still interested in what he can get from that institution. He is still interested. If there are properties like you have said, as a vice chancellor, you will be told, you get police and other officers coming and saying,
cut up.
Yeah, fence. Yeah.
Charles, for a very long time, when it comes to funding of universities, there has been communications from the highest office in the land that universities need to be creative. You need to find your own source of revenue and fund your own programs because the government does not have the funding. Can universities do that? Let's just ask that question for the sake of asking.
Thank you. Universities can do it. Universities can do it. And universities are supposed to be creative in terms of intellect. They're supposed to involve themselves in innovation, in research. And not just research for academic empowerment, building your CVs and so on and so forth, but research that aims at addressing societal problems, where then you are attracting the private sector to come in and even pump in more money, do more research, and even collaborators from outside there. Universities can do it. And we have scholars of no mean achievement who can do it. But look at it this way. When these institutions try to do that, a good example I'll give you, Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University comes up with an idea, says, okay, we're coming up with a teaching and referral hospital of our own. Set it up there. They did a lot of work with the partners from outside, the Chinese government and so on and so forth. The government, after this facility is done and ready to roll out its services, the government grabs it. So, will you then, moving forward, will you then be interested? Because I come up with an idea, right? And then you grab it and you make it your own. It becomes a challenge to some of these great minds that we have.
True. And for me, these things are so real because I grew up in a university, literally, and I saw it year by year diminish to the extent that I really thank God my mother retired, because if she was still there, she'd still be dead. Because salaries would be dead because salaries delayed 6 months. Then they delayed because they were building an electric fence over, I think it's over 60,000 acres. I don't know to guard what.
It's not a game park.
You get.
And it can't catch a fly. It can't kill a fly.
You understand?
Yes.
And most of the time it's not even working, right? So I've seen this in real life. The wastage plus the lack of capitation plus the damage that was done to universities to kill the parallel program, because that is what supported universities. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, if you had the president's ear and he says, I will do anything you want to revive these universities, what are the 2, 3, 4 things you would say?
First, I would tell you he's lying. I'll give you,
my friend,
one reason as to why.
Okay.
I'll buy you shock absorbers on your way out.
You see, first of all, the university that is just outside the president's home, Moi University, is in doldrums right now. Complete doldrums. To a point that it has gone ahead and declared staff redundancies unprocedurally. And the matter is in court, so we don't want to delve into it.
Yes.
But even as that happens, the reasons behind that decision is that the university is facing financial crunch. But listen to this. We have had politicians saying, justifying why Moi University went down like that one of The reasons is that it gave rise to many new universities around the country. That is the reason.
Why it is in doldrums?
Yes, that's one of the reasons why they say the financial crunch that is facing that university is because it spent so much money to open up other universities.
Satellite campuses and such.
Yeah. Actually, now they are universities. But as it is, as they say, the same university under this government is actually opening up another university in Baringo. So, what is it? If you are saying you're going to fix this problem, you are saying perhaps these universities are underfunded, or they are crowded, or there are too many. Then, why do you go on to open another one under the same university that is actually facing problems? We are having staff there who have never earned their salaries for months on end. They have taken third-party loans, the bank loans, corporate society loans, through the university payroll. And the university agreed to deduct and remit. It has never done that. Now you declare this staff redundant, and you owe them their salaries. You've made them be recorded in a CRB. You have never remitted their statutory deductions.
Yeah.
You're looking at that. And then you say you want to fix. If you really want to fix, then there are certain things that you must be deliberately accept to be made. And as a government, if I were in the government, first, the debts that these universities are owed, would one, first of all, fix them. They're running to over 70 billion right now.
What?
The total amount that these universities are owed is now more than 70 billion.
That the government has not given.
The government has not given them. So even as you are coming up with these new things that you are saying you are going to do, you are going to fix, first things first. Help this institution settle their debts. They have not paid suppliers, they have not paid statutory deduction, they have not paid salaries, they have not, all those things. These taxes that you are taxing Kenyans, why can't you take part of it and fix it? We saw Kenya Airways, we saw Mumias being bailed out by government. Why can't the same government do a similar thing? So that now when you are trying to say we are fixing, we can see, yeah, indeed, as it's promising.
It's not similar things.
Yes.
You see, when you bail out Kenya Airways has wasted money.
Yes.
You are giving it money to get out of doldrums. You guys are saying you are owed money.
We are owed.
So it's not the same thing.
Yes.
This is money that literally time, work, effort, goods and services have actually been consumed in the promise of a debt from government.
Yes. In fact, that's why if you can actually bail out an institution that has just deliberately wasted resources, you can do that. How about bailing out institutions that you owe? You owe. Not that they, of course there is wastage, but not to the level maybe of the Kenya Airways and Mumias. But this you owe them. Money meant to go for their staff, employees, pension schemes, for example. They have never been given. Money meant to go towards the statutory deductions, like the KRA and so on and so forth. You don't want to give them. Instead, you keep reducing the budget that... So that's what we're saying is a deliberate, looks like as a deliberate effort by the government to impoverish these institutions for their own reasons.
You see, you've talked about two things that I picked up, which is in terms of funding the universities and making sure that that they are well paid, that debt is paid, and that we need to depoliticize the running of these institutions. Honestly speaking, are we ready to take that away? To just let universities be autonomous and do their thing?
It's yes or no. A government or a country must have at least government-run universities.
True.
So to allow universities to be autonomous in the sense that you want them to be run like private institutions, it may not be possible. But one, yes, yeah, to afford it. Because as I said, majority of our parents are very poor. They can't afford to take their children to. But on the flip side of your question, it is possible to depoliticize our institutions. It is possible to de-ethnicize those institutions. Why must be a certain community be the one to produce the vice chancellor? To a level where now you even find the university council and the university management and the parent ministry are at war, doling out letters. This one has given, this one is going to act today. Another one comes and says, no, we have revoked that letter, so and so is the one going to act. It's simply because somebody somewhere seems to be saying we must have someone there to bid for us. That if we can fix that as a country, we will be on the way to recover.
You're basically saying sisi ni wezi wa kikabila.
Yes.
We are tribal thieves, not chiefs. Thieves. Because and this is my because I'm actually in shock, because I wonder if you are supposed to run your house and you have certain costs and your wife or spouse brings 25%, you're supposed to do the 75% and you bring 23%.
And you expect the house to run.
Right? So I'm shocked beyond words. I want to zoom into this new funding model. We've said many things about the funding model. Some good, some bad. Is there any part of it that is a cure to any of these ills? In fact, let me make it simpler. What is it? And does it have even an iota of a cure of the problems you talk about?
Thank you.
That's a stew on the table.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes.
I think it's part of the fallacy that Kenyans are being fed on, that we're going to fix. And to some people, including some of the vice chancellors, they think the new funding model is the panacea to the challenges that universities are facing. It's not. It is not. If anything, that is a model that is going to, I don't want to say balkanize, but sort of, create class.
Yes.
Amongst our learning students. That it will be clear on some of these students' faces that you come from a poor family.
Yes.
This one comes
Can you tell? Yes.
By looking at them. Tell, by the way.
Yes. Therefore, you are not really going to solve a problem, but create even more problems. The problem that youth universities want is money. If DUC was a problem, you look at the exact gap that you think there was and you fix it. And I've told you the gap.
Yeah, 75% paid 38%.
Yes.
Of 75.
That was cheaper for the government to do it. Because now this new one, you are saying money will only follow the student. So if University A has more students,
to get more money.
To get more money.
University B has less, it will get less. But look, students are aware and parents are aware. In our public institutions, there are industrial challenges, strikes.
Yes.
That so much so that students take long to complete and graduate their studies, right? So as we speak right now, even the number of students joining our universities is going down. True. Students would rather go to TVETs. Yes. They would rather go to these other tertiary, colleges, okay, where they are more guaranteed. I'll go and train, and I'm likely to get a job after that. If I go and do electrical engineering, say in a national polytechnic,
and waste 5 years, learning Laplace theorem.
So you already see that the number of students in our public universities is already going down, meaning that funding is not forthcoming. Yes.
Wow.
You must create a situation where the universities attract the highest number of students to come, to have that model working.
the issue that you talked about, essentially, that we are holding hostage the folks who, the state is holding, whoever is holding hostage, the folks who then are tasked with the responsibility to run these institutions in the manner in which they ought to be run. Are they forced? Are they shackled, gagged and bound to a post, or don't they have, thinking faculty of their own where somebody can stand up and say, I will not do this, I will do this other thing which I'm actually supposed to do? And then why do we see this replicated in so many in an institution? If it were one, then maybe we say, okay, maybe this is a bad egg in the basket. But if it is across board, because this disease is spreading, it's not just one institution that is suffering from this thing. There are many more. Just the other day now, we've seen Nairobi University, and it's in the public eye, so we can say it, is that there is word over who they want the chancellor to be. And if it is not who they have picked, then they're going to find a way to frustrate, that particular individual. I mean, because really, what are we doing? Don't these individuals have autonomy of mind?
And I'll tell you, without any fear of doubt, the current crop of our vice chancellors are cowardly. They are men and women who cannot tell the government the truth of what is ailing these institutions. They are men and women who cannot demand from the government that you owe us this, you must give us this. I last saw the stronger, brand of vice chancellors during the late Magoha's time when he was the vice chancellor. They would hold their hands and go to the parent ministry and demand and say, look, you have appointed us to run these institutions on your behalf. Get us the money to do so. If you don't want, come and run the institutions. The current crop,
they didn't try.
They cannot.
They couldn't try it.
In fact, they have become praise and worship team of the government. They're the ones who are clapping the new funding model,
knowing very well that it can't work.
It can't. But why are they doing that? They're doing that because somebody's in that office. First, he's looking at my first term. If it ends, I must get the second term. So I don't want to rabble-rouse the appointing authority. That's part of it. Secondly, they are also in conduit with those who, the powers that be. Yeah. When these universities are running down, I told you part of it is just mismanagement and corruption. But if you're using me to do the corrupt thing, my 10%.
So it's what's in it for you that's then going to preclude you or disallow you to do the right thing because there's something you're benefiting from. There's something that you're benefiting from. And that's why they fight over it. If you've ever been keen, there is always a vicious war when it comes to appointments of VCs. Yes. What is it? One would ask himself. What is it? There are only a few men and women who have said, no, I don't want it. I'm comfortable, just working as a professor and teaching my students and supervising my students. Bichachi was one of them.
Yes, very few. But majority, they would fight tooth and nail, including going to the courts. So they want that position.
So Dr. One would just ask, which way university education for Kenya?
It's unfortunate that we find ourselves where we are, but there is still hope, in my own view. There is hope.
How does it present itself, this hope?
The hope only comes through the Kenyans themselves. If Kenyans can ensure that the leaders, right all the way from the executive, the legislature, and everybody whom they are putting in place are people who have the heart of the country and its people at heart, it is possible to change this spiral movement that we are moving down. We are going down south. We are seeing countries in this region even declaring free education up to university level, which tells you it is possible.
In Africa.
Yes, it is possible also here in Kenya. But as long as I told you the kind of people who are making decisions still remain to be the ones who are there, we are running a danger of actually closing down. So the hope is let Kenyans ensure that they elect the right people. People who will be deliberate to de-ethnicize and depoliticize these institutions. Education sector should not be politicized.
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
It really shouldn't.
Because that's the future of the country. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I think that's it, because there is our solution. And we are involved in this from the very beginning. Dr. Charles Mukwaya is the Secretary General of the Kenya University Staff Union, has been our guest this hour. Universities in distress, too broken to save? And I guess the answer is not just yet. Thank you for being part of this conversation this morning, and thank you for being in the Situation Room this Thursday. On again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. Have a wonderful day. It's 10 a.m.
In Kikuyu called God. You said it.
The latest news from around the world.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected to hold a meeting with local leaders at Sony Sugar Grounds in Migori County this morning as he begins his 4-day working tour